Hey, there we go. Make sure all our buttons are pushed. Make sure all of our switches are flipped. Make sure all of our connections are proud. Hey, my name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Welcome and all that. Say hi to Bam Bam Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Swinging in on a chandelier.
Yeah,
this guy.
This day has been
already.
I wish there was like a good reason for it other than just like my brain's not working. You had a bad night's sleep yesterday, and then I was bragging about my sleep. I'm like, I got these headphones and this eye mask, and I've been sleeping great. And then I didn't sleep at all last night, and so
with the headphones and the eye mask.
Yeah, I couldn't fall asleep.
Right,
I just couldn't fall asleep, so I didn't fall asleep till like 3 or 4 in the morning, and it's just not enough sleep.
Yeah, I made up for it last night.
Good for you.
I fell asleep on my back, which never happens, so
Nice.
I must have been wiped. Anyway, it's a zero-sum game of sleep around here. So, Mary Santora is right over there.
Hi, guys. I'm also sleepy. I had trash sleep last night. I laid awake in bed till like
Only slept until noon?
No, I laid awake in bed till like 1:30.
Yeah.
And then I slept until like 3:30. And then
Yeah.
I was up until like, my boyfriend went to work at 5:30. And then I went back in the bed, didn't fall back asleep till like 7. I was just up all night long.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
And that rarely happens to me. Very rarely. I am a heavy sleeper.
Champion
and
sleeper.
I really am. I can sleep anywhere. Public transportation doesn't matter. So last night was just a weird one.
You a
I
hard
could not
sleeper?
fall
Or are you difficult to wake?
Yeah. When I'm out, I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I'll
Is-
sleep through the night usually.
Is it
but
because Mercury's in Gatorade? Is
I
that
think
why?
it might be Gatorade. Oh, I got a lot of personal stuff going on. And I woke up and went to the gym today, and my trainer's trying to talk to me. I'm like, you keep talking to me, and I'm going to end up crying. Like, I can just tell you that right now.
Stop talking. Just tell me.
It's Tears Day. Don't start.
Just tell me how it's all me, okay? As I'm
Right.
doing my lifting, just
Yeah.
it's all me and count them off for me. Speaking of all you, Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. I'm with all of you. Today is a very weird day.
Yeah?
Yep.
No sleep?
I always sleep a little bit too short. Like
The rapper?
like the rapper, yeah. But no, I feel like when my alarm hits, I'm like, there's no way. I literally just close my eyes. There's no way. It's like 7 o'clock now. There's no way. And I look over and I hear my neighbor taking out his trash. I'm like, damn it, it's 7 o'clock. So yeah.
Oh, you think it's earlier than that?
I know. I'm like, I literally just closed my eyes.
Mm.
So I feel like I haven't gotten any sleep at all. But alas, I mean, at least I slept all the way through. It wasn't broken sleep. It just seemed I didn't sleep enough.
You know, it'll make you feel a little bit better. We have just about 200 people who've already signed up to be on Team Poundcake
Whoa.
for the Polar Blast Battle.
They were not playing.
Now, obviously, we only need 5, but the registration's open at AlanCoxShow.com. We made the announcement yesterday that we're going to be going back to Boston Mills Brandywine on February the 3rd for the 11th annual Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle. And you'll be able to call in and get on our teams in here. We're doing Coxicle this week. Coxicles. Next week, Mary's team, Snow Babies.
Mm-hmm.
Bill's team, Big Billy's Bottom Boys. The week
I was
after,
very excited to show that to my girlfriend last night.
She probably loved it.
She thought it was very funny.
Yeah. And Poundcake's team, TBD. He has not nailed down a name yet, but you can register to be on his team at AlanCoxShow.com. We have upwards of a couple hundred people who have already tried to get in there so they can be part of it. I will have details for you because people are like, can we just buy tickets? Yes, you can. Not to be on the team, but to come and hang and party with us. You can buy those tickets, yes. I think we're going to have a discount code, so maybe just kind of stand by
Sit tight,
on that. Yeah. But otherwise, yes, you can absolutely buy tickets for it on February the 3rd. So, but that's got to, that's more pressure for you to come up with a really good name now, Cody. More pressure for you to come up with a really good name.
Good luck topping
Because
the
you're not,
Big Billy's Bottom Boys.
listen, you're not going to top
no one
Big
tops
Billy's Bottom Boys.
Big Billy's Bottom Boys.
You're
But
not
they're
going
bottoms.
to, right. You
They're
can't,
not that kind of
Naturally get
bottom.
topped.
you
They get
literally,
to the bottom of the hill the fastest, Mary.
you can literally only top Big Bill's Bottom Boys.
It's not that kind of top.
Oh, it's not that
bottom.
kind of
They're-
top. All right.
They get to the bottom of the hill faster. You guys have these dirty
Oh.
minds, and here I am with my innocent fun name.
Here I was thinking it was a double entendre the whole time.
I don't even know what that means.
I have been.
Are you trying to say
misled.
that some things can mean two things?
I
And
mean,
one of those things can be sexual in nature?
I'm
I would never do anything like that.
I'm not saying anything. Just because Bill moaned his way through Terry the Goat's football picks this season in no way implies
To show
that he has
excitement
an ulterior motive.
for the pick.
Yeah.
I was just saying, oh, yeah.
Is that what it was? By the way, Terry the Goat went week 18. She went 3-7. Did not have a good final
close
week.
strong.
Nope, did not close strong. Missed a couple of weeks there because we were, of course, on break at the end of the year. But 3-7 was the final there for her last week. By the way, if you'd like to join us, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can send me texts. I'll see them right here. Even if I don't answer, I will see them. 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. Alan, I was just fired from my job of 6 years. I'm having a bad day, too. It sucks.
I'm not even
Sorry to
having a
hear
bad
that.
day. I'm just like disorganized.
Yeah.
Like I was here.
Your brain's not working right.
And then I forgot. I was like, well, I'll get here and get everything set up. I'll have a little time. And then I was like, oh, my backpack with my computer and my headphones and everything like that is at home. So I had to run back home and get it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that throws you off real good.
Alan Poundcake should call his team TBD.
Or Big P Energy.
The Brown Dudes.
The Brown Dudes.
Big P Energy? What?
Big Poundcake Energy.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, whatever you land on, we will support you 71%, whatever name that you come up with. I can't say we'll do it 100 or 110%, but we'll do it 71%.
How about Brown's helpers?
Hey,
The helpful Brown.
right.
Helpful Brown and his brown helpers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he'll come up with something.
Yeah.
But go to AlanCoxShow.com, hit the contest tab there on the side, and you can register to be on Team Poundcake. Our buddy Tom Papa is going to check in today. His latest hour on Netflix is called What a Day. It's very funny, as history dictates. So we'll catch up with him a little bit later on. I will put somebody else on my Polar Blast team. The Coxicles will do that in the 5 o'clock hour. And we'll get to some calls and some messages and everything else we can squeeze in. 35192, you want to text here, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeart
Head to iHeartRadio.com/iHeartland today.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you. The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS.
Another chance for you to grab $1,000 is minutes away, too. All these keywords for you to go fund yourself. Next one is coming up at 2:30, so listen for those. Each one of them with $1,000. You get about 5 of them with me this afternoon. Cavaliers will play tonight in Salt Lake City. Former Cav Colin Sexton is out. Was he part of the Donovan Mitchell trade?
Correct.
We sent Colin Sexton to the Jazz. Cavs Jazz tonight. It'll be Donovan Mitchell's triumphant return to Salt Lake City with the Cavaliers. That's a 9 o'clock start tonight here on MMS. 8:30 is when Cavs Live pregame will begin. They're going to spend the rest of the week on the road, and then they'll return. We're getting preempted on Monday. The afternoon MLK Day game starts at 3 o'clock here on MMS. That is against the Pelicans of New Orleans. But tonight, 9 o'clock, Cavaliers Jazz in Salt Lake City on MMS. The Georgia Bulldogs, second year in a row, back-to-back college football champs by the widest margin ever in a college bowl game. Biggest defeat ever. That Texas Christian University was, from beginning to end, a Cinderella story. They faced a Michigan team that was not firing on all cylinders to get into the national championships. But I don't think anybody thought that they were going to win. But I don't know that anybody thought they were going to do 65-7, which is what it ended up being if you watched it.
Dogs bludgeon their way to back-to-back, leaving no doubt. Belongs to Stetson Bennett, who leaves a legacy very few will be able to match. Back-to-back championships, 65-7.
65-7. The Bulldogs went 15-0. Texas Christian University's Horned Frogs, I guess, found the limits of their support from the Lord last night at SoFi Stadium. Got to the point where they would show players of Georgia walking over to the VIP section at the 50-yard line and grabbing people's snacks during the game. One of the players walked over and just grabbed a chicken nugget from somebody that was sitting there in the VIP section. They were, of course, some of the people were offering players champagne. And a lot of them said no, but a couple of them said yeah. And why not? You know, if you, let's say you end up conservatively. Let's say, hey, we're doing pretty well, 21-7. And then you pull even further ahead. At what point do you figure you got the thing sewn up?
I think when you're up by 50.
Right, I was going to say 40 was the number.
That's what
in
I'm
my
saying,
head.
yeah. Yeah, when you've got 48 unanswered points by the end there. Yeah, so by the time, if you watch any of that game, by the time halftime came around, pretty much everybody was already
Yeah, that's when I checked the score, and I was
yeah.
like, because I wasn't that interested in it anyway. I figured it was going to be a blowout, but I didn't think it was going to be this big of a blowout.
I didn't think it was going to be a blowout
And
like that.
if it was somewhat close, I was like, oh, I'll tune into the second half and see if they can make a game of this. But yeah, it was just total blowout and not all that fun to watch.
Well, I got a bug up my ass, and I wasn't lying when I was talking about being on FanDuel and playing the same game parlay, because they set those artificially high. If you play the same game parlays, they're like, all right, this guy's got to score 12-plus points.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's got to pass for whatever. And the Bulldogs blew past
All
every
of
single.
them, yeah.
Yes,
Did you play the parlay?
I did.
Good for you.
And I made a lot of money.
Yep.
I wasn't.
Parlays pay out.
I wasn't
dude.
lying about that.
How much do you?
I'm not going to say, but I made a lot of money.
5 figures?
5. I would have taken the day off if I had what 5 figures on the Georgia.
4 figures?
Yes.
Nice.
Good for you. That's awesome.
What, Cody?
I don't know how like FanDuel and stuff like that works. Is it just like an app or is
FanDuel.com/Cox is how you sign up.
They'll walk you right through it.
Walk
bud.
you right through
it's
it.
the same thing as like fantasy football and stuff?
It's all in there. They make it idiot-proof. You tell them how much you want to bet and on what, and he'll tell you what it pays out. And it'll get you hip to odds. A lot of people don't.
I failed stat. Well, I didn't take stats. So I'm not going to say
You don't have to know them. They'll tell them to you.
Listen, you can't fail it if you don't take it. You are right about that. I didn't fail it. I just
class.
didn't take that class.
Mm-hmm.
Odds can get very, very tricky.
Yeah.
And there are so many different ways. Like the other night, I played a parlay when Purdue played Ohio State. And that did not pay off for me. But it wasn't a big bet.
Did you lose 4 figures on that?
I did not. No, because I
So
ran.
you're up pretty big on the
Well,
edge.
I ran into a dude.
Yeah.
Did I tell the story about running into the dude in the bathroom?
No.
I told Gwen the day of the Purdue-Ohio State basketball game, there's a dude who works in this building, big, tall, skinny kid. He's wearing a shirt that says security, so I don't know who he does security for. But we're both washing our hands, and I'm getting ready to walk out of the bathroom. We'd never met. And he goes, hey, man. He goes, you follow college basketball? And I go, kind of. I'm going to dip my face in. He goes, what do you think about Purdue tonight? And I had been on FanDuel. I look at it in the morning. I see what's going on. And he goes, and so we start talking about this bet and how he's been doing research to see by how many points Purdue has, on average, beaten their opponent as opposed to Ohio State. And he was telling me about this massive payout if you bet a certain way on Purdue. Now, I don't know what he was talking about because that's not how any of it laid out. But I told him, I said, you should put a bet on that thing. And he goes, what do you use? And I said, I use FanDuel. He goes, hey, me too. So now when I see this guy, we're talking games.
Nice.
I saw him walk by this morning. I bang on the window. I go, did you bet Purdue? I mean,
He goes, no.
more like don't. But I wanted them to beat Ohio State because Ohio State had just rolled over Northwestern the night before. So,
Oh, you want revenge?
yes, of course. That's why I wanted Georgia to beat TCU because they beat the Wolverines in the playoffs. Anyway, who cares? But you sign up, just use my promo code Poundcake. Get yourself some free bets in there.
Because people.
And you can go crazy. You can divert all
Now,
that
if you go
Uber
on
Eats
the
money
app,
to FanDuel.
If you go on the app and sign up, you just put in Cox into like the promo thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because my family members be pissing me off. We have a group chat, my cousin and my brother, and I'll periodically throughout the day look at my phone and it's like 29 new messages. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Did someone die? Nope, they're just arguing over who their picks were and who they lost. I'm like, I don't care anything
Did
about this.
someone die?
Because there's no reason why on any given moment it will be like 29, and that's after like an hour or two. And then if I don't look at it for a whole shift, it'd be like over 100 messages. I'm like, no one's reading all that. I'm just gonna mute you guys and put it on Do Not Disturb and keep messing around, and I'm gonna leave the chat.
It's because you're not a good friend.
This is my family members. It has nothing to do with being a good friend.
Oh.
I'm stuck with them, so
Uh-huh.
I don't need to hear the little stupid
You
chat
can
about.
just not do family stuff. You can just write them all off.
I mean, I tried to. They harass me.
Write them all off.
Just change your number. I mean, you have to get your own phone plan.
No, I see. That's the thing. I'm mean, but I'm still, I'm still cost efficient.
Mean but cost efficient. That is the way that I've found a lot of people like to describe you. Mean but cost efficient.
I'm only mean to the people that I love the most
You hurt the ones that you love the most.
because I want them to know that I need them that badly, and they need to act the way I
You
want
are
them to
twisted.
act. It's true.
Twisted.
I get angry when they don't act the way I want them to because don't they know they're making my life harder? Don't they know?
They're not even thinking about you.
That's the problem.
Just like you're not thinking about them.
I'm thinking about how they act and how it's ruining my life.
No, but that's still thinking about you. That's not thinking about them. That's still thinking about you.
But they're in my life.
And they're not. Well, everybody's in your life, but ultimately you're thinking of it from the perspective of how does this affect me?
Yeah.
Right. So that's not thinking about them. And conversely, they're not thinking about you.
Well, that's unfortunate.
For them, it's amazing how their lives would measuredly improve if they just thought of me all the time. If they put Poundcake first in their lives, because they got nothing going on. Your brother's not convalescing. Your mother's not working her fingers to the bone so she can afford black Santas.
You don't know that.
Is her wrist green yet?
No, man.
Your mom and your
That
aunt?
That watch is not fake.
He bought a Michael Kors watches from Amazon
Oh,
for Christmas. Yeah.
No.
And I'm telling you, the wrists are going to turn green any day now.
No, it's not.
All right.
It was a good watch. And my
All
mom, that's
right.
the one thing that my mom wears on a regular basis.
You know, if it stops, she's never going to tell you. She'll feel bad.
Well, I don't. She probably won't tell me. You're right,
Mhm.
because I probably would feel bad.
Mhm.
But I spent my hard-earned dollars on it, and I put forth effort to do
So
it.
she is thinking of you, because otherwise she'd be like, this thing don't work.
Well, think about me a little more.
All right.
To the point where
She probably feel like, well, if you had got me a better watch and your aunt something else and not got us the same exact watch,
Mhm.
then my watch would still probably
Yep.
be ticking.
But don't,
There's the whiff of a 2-for-1 about it.
Mhm.
but the only reason why I got my mom a watch is because she's not a big jewelry person. Like she doesn't like big, long, gaudy earrings. She doesn't like long necklaces that get in the way.
And she didn't already have a watch?
She does, but they're all old. Like I don't think anyone's gotten her a watch for a really long time, and I don't know what size her fingers are to get her like rings. So I thought a watch was the best bet because she likes sentimental stuff. Like she likes handmade stuff, and ain't nobody got time for that.
Did you have it engraved?
No.
Things remembered's going out of business. How could he?
Are they yeah, but they probably doing some going out of business sales. We will engrave anything. Got a watch? We'll engrave it.
Yeah, but if I'm the person doing that engraving, I'm like, I'm going to write what I want because I don't have a job tomorrow.
Right, we're going out of business anyway.
Yeah.
What do I care?
Yeah.
Hey, what do you want in the bag of your mom's watch? I'd like it to say, Dear Mom, thank you so much for all the years. Okay, let me get right on that. Dear Mom, thanks for taking care of me. And the
So how people get stuff engraved? They just go online.
Poundcake,
and
I'll
do
come
it?
back. My watch says the wetter the better.
Oh my god!
MC Wettings. Let me give you $1,000 here. It's a chance to go fund yourself. Listen closely. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword GRAND at WMMS.com. That's GRAND. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan, you guys mentioned, well, Bill and Mary mentioned not sleeping. I am having a terrible day. I got a business credit card that charges $700 a year.
No. What are you doing?
But they said it was endorsed by Mary Santora, is what
They
this person
lied.
says. I bet
They
that
lied.
they're joking. Oh, my goodness.
Goodness gracious.
Poundcake's Polar Blast team name should be the Slalomites.
It's pretty good.
What is it?
Slalomites.
I can't have a name that I can't pronounce.
You can pronounce that.
Try this.
Poundcake Solomites?
Slalom. You know what a slalom is?
No. Should I Google it, or will that trigger something?
No. It's a skiing term. It's a slalom. Yes,
I was gonna do like Slalomites.
the Slalomites.
Slalomites. I like that. Also, I could do like the Poundcake sliders, mini sliders.
Mini sliders.
Poundcake mini sliders.
Oh, because you're thinner now. I get it.
That or they're the Poundcake mini bites.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
Poundcake slalomites. I say it with a lot of spit.
Play around with it. Play around with it. And
Slalomites.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line, if you want to leave us voicemails, it's 216-986-8903.
Hey guys, Mike from Parma. Not the Mike from Parma, but a Mike from Parma. Podcast listener. Just listened to Mike from the west coast of Ohio calling, talking about the slot machine videos and how they're fake and set up and all this. So I work a half mile down the road from you guys at the casino, and I work in the surveillance department there. And we have one person who comes in and records their slot machine play for their YouTube channel. I can assure you that there's no sponsorship. They asked for permission from the casino, and we went through all the right channels and granted them permission to just record their slot machine play. They're not getting anything out of it other than the views on their YouTube channel, but it's not fake. It's real. Obviously, I can only speak for where I work. I can't speak for anywhere else, but just thought I'd share that little bit of information with you guys. Hate the show. Bye.
That's all I was thinking, was that it's just free promotion for the casino.
Did somebody call in while I was out and say that they were all fake?
Yeah.
That's not true. And I know the guy that he's talking about. I watch.
Well, yeah, I said they can't. I said I'm sure that there are some that are doing a promotion in conjunction with the casino. I said anybody.
Not even that.
Anybody. Well, I'm sure there are some people who are, but there's other people who come in and they were like, "Oh, well, those are fake because." I'm like, no, the casino doesn't care. I imagine doesn't care if you film because they're like. Promotion for them.
Yeah.
Unless you're not setting up some kind of Ocean's 11 heist situation.
No, it's literally
and they're
a
gonna
cell
figure that
phone
out.
on a tripod.
Right.
That's it.
They're going to figure. It's 2023.
Yeah.
Everybody's filming everything.
Yeah.
There's no casinos can be like, nope, I'm sorry. You can't spend your, you can't burn your
waste
money,
your money
in here.
here.
Right.
Yeah. By filming.
And document it.
Yeah.
Is that guy that he's talking about, does he do the high limit stuff like you like?
No, he actually he goes from like $2 or $3 bets up to like 15. So he does pretty moderate, normal sized bets. I started watching his show not knowing he was from Cleveland, and then I recognized the slots, and I was like, oh, he's at the track. I like commented, and I was watching one of his live streams. I was like, yo, are you from Cleveland? Like, I'm totally from here. This was after I had already banned myself, so I couldn't go meet him.
But did you like comment and go, I really like your channel. Do you have merch?
No, I didn't ask for any merch.
No.
His name's Tim.
What's his channel?
The Big Payback.
The Big Payback.
And he plays games that a lot of other people don't play because a lot of that high limit people play the same like 5 or 6 games, and he plays a bunch of different like.
What is
smaller
considered
amounts.
high limit?
Like more than $25 a spin.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Anything over $30 is considered high limit?
Per spin, it
Yeah.
takes you a
Spin?
half a second to spend $30.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But if
that's-
you have a lot of money, that's considered high limit?
Yes.
Okay.
$25 is like anything. I mean, really, like 15. Anything above 15 is like high limit, but 25 and up is because you got to think.
And that's
about
because
it.
it's usually $1 or what is it?
Well,
like
you can bet. There's some that are 1 penny.
Oh, you start with a
You
penny.
can start with a penny, 20 cents, whatever. It builds up, but yeah, $25 usually have to go to the high limit room for that.
My first experience when we got to Vegas and we went to the Golden Nugget. I think where Poundcake stayed, or it was there on Fremont. We wanted to go to older Vegas and just sit at a blackjack table and have some fun. And so we went in there, and the first thing I did was I sat down at like a penny slot or something, and she starts bringing drinks over. And again, I'd never been in Vegas. I mean, I'm kind of just getting my feet wet. And I was like, this is really boring. Really, really boring.
Well, you also don't know what you're looking for, and you picked a random slot. And to be
What are you
honest
looking?
with you,
What are you looking
picked
for?
a random slot.
I did. I literally. I
picked a
said.
random slot,
We walked
sat
in,
down,
got some drinks, sat down,
and
penny
you were
slots.
probably betting like 30 cents a spin. That's very hard to get excited about.
I don't even remember. Yeah, but all the machines were full.
Sure.
So I'm like, those people really enjoy this.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their game,
Yeah.
was what I took away. Everybody's got their game.
Yeah.
And for some of those people, it's sitting at those dopey things, that hamster wheel, and just hitting
what I
that
meant,
pellet.
What I meant by you don't know what you're looking for is you don't know how to win on that game. So if it's all just a bunch of pictures, you don't even know what to look for to excite you about a win.
No,
it's
no,
all
I know
just
how to-
sevens and cherries.
No, I know how to play them. What I'm saying is that the people who are playing on what it sounds like is considered low-level slots, how does anybody expect to win on those?
They don't. It's
That's my point.
It's just
so
entertainment.
those people have to know that
You don't go in spending $20 a spin thinking you're going to get rich. You've got about $20 and
Of
all
entertainment,
day to
yeah.
spend it. That's what that is.
yeah, but all those people think there's a chance they're going to get rich. That's why they're in there.
I don't think so. When you're betting that low, because here's the thing. If you go in with $20 and you're betting 1 penny a spin,
That's what I'm saying. So then what's the entertainment value?
I don't.
It's
Grandma
something to
does
do.
it. That's what Grandma does.
something to do. You got
She'll
nowhere
go-
to be.
People
yeah.
on a fixed income and all day long to
She'll play she'll play like $40, and if she ends up even, she's thrilled.
Exactly. You could play
If-
for 2 hours and
yeah.
not lose any money.
And if she wins $10, she's like, "That's nice.
That's
It's a
so
good day."
healthy.
People who play that
and
low
she'll
limits.
play that. She'll play for hours too.
Yeah, people who play that low limits are usually happy walking away with 10 or 20.
Oh, so you're talking about
profit.
people that just go in with like a fixed amount of money they're going to spend.
I'm going to spend $30
and they
today.
drain it penny by penny.
Yes. They're not looking to get rich. They're looking for something to do.
I see.
Because you can't get rich.
What a life.
You can't get rich a penny at a
Of
time.
course, I guess you got nothing but time, like if you're retired and
Exactly.
whatever. Oof. I mean, fish or something.
Yeah, they're fishing for coins.
They're doing the same thing.
Yeah,
They're digital fishing, is what you're saying.
for sure.
They're casting a line. Oh, and they're using old people as
Okay,
bait.
you have a video up. That's. I was wondering where the noise
Slot
is
machine
coming from.
noises.
Yeah.
He's looking around. He was looking out the door like, who's he?
Well, because
What is
I didn't hear the slot machine part. I just heard like
Yeah.
ambient noise. And I was like, are we having another meeting?
Is everything okay?
There you go.
They just rolled some slot machines out there, Bill. If you
Man.
want to get on there.
You know what's bad is
Progressive.
that I watch so many slot machine videos that probably the top 5 most popular ones, I could tell you what game it is by the way that it sounds.
I was going to say, do you hear this when you sleep? Like,
No.
do you hear this in your head? When,
No.
Do you know what game that he was just playing?
No, that was like an old school game that had coins coming out the bottom. They don't even make those anymore.
You just get credits, right? Or tickets?
Yeah, you get like a credit and then it prints you like a little voucher.
But for the purposes of a sound effect,
100%.
you don't want the sound of a ticket printing.
No.
You want coins coming out. Right.
Thanks for playing.
All right, I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you can watch. And wherever you are, you can grab that iHeartRadio app and listen live.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Visit us online at bignissan.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I grew up a huge Van Halen nerd. The sun rose and sat for me with Van Halen. And the last album of David Lee Roth, at least for a long, long time, was 1984, and it came out 39 years ago. Yesterday, this is the very last track on it called House of Pain. They front-loaded this album with what would be massive hits. For my money, the best song on it is this one. House of Pain is the very last song on it, if for no other reason than a full three-quarters of the song is instrumental. You get a little DLR up front. But this was after David Lee Roth decided he was leaving Van Halen before the album was even done because Eddie Van Halen had discovered synthesizers. And so for longtime Van Halen fans, the fans kind of comprised the same divisions that were within the band. David Lee Roth and Ted Templeman, who had produced all their albums, wanted them to keep on that kind of hard rock thing they were doing. Eddie Van Halen wanted to mess around with synthesizers and keyboards. He played piano along with guitar, and it was the early 80s. But so David Lee Roth split right at the time where Van Halen exploded with a new fan base. It was kind of like their version of Metallica's Black Album. Van Halen was still a massive band, but 1984 is really what blew them up to a much wider audience. And then they got Sammy Hagar, continued with the keyboards. They had much bigger hits with Sammy. Better songs, I think, with David Lee Roth. He wrote the lyrics, Eddie wrote the music, but they had bigger hits with Sammy Hagar. But if you want to feel old, 1984, as the name implies, turned 39 yesterday. It was released on January 9th, 1984. Now, there's no way to know when its 40th anniversary will be.
It's impossible.
But it's got to be around the corner.
Mm-mm.
So,
could be tomorrow, could be in 25 years.
Could be. But 1984 sold 10 million copies. And it is sold, I think, in the initial run. That makes you a diamond album. They have platinum albums, they have gold albums. Diamond certification means you've sold 10 million copies of one album. You remember who the lead singer of Van Halen was, Poundcake?
Sammy Hagar.
Oh, he got me, didn't he?
He got one.
He did. He got me.
He got one of them.
I had, who was the guy who preceded him? Who was the guy singing on 1984?
I don't know.
Who was that
First
guy?
name is David.
Oh, Lee Roth.
There you go. I didn't think he was going to get it.
Well, you gave him David.
Yeah, but I didn't know if he knew Lee Roth.
I just said it.
He could have said David Berkowitz. The way Poundcake's brain works.
Van Halen and the Son of Sam. That was a collaboration. Dogs all throughout the five boroughs. Loved that album so much. I remember it was slightly controversial because the album cover had a cherub smoking a cigarette, right? A little baby angel with wings and a couple of packs of cigarettes there. He's smoking a cigarette. And I just thought that was, I was 13 when that, I wasn't even 13 yet. I was 12 when that album came out. I just thought that was the coolest friggin' thing.
Do they still sell those candy cigarettes like to kids, or is that like frowned upon?
Only to adults.
I don't know. Used to be able to go to Sweeties and they would have all those old-timey candies. I think I think candy cigarettes are so innocuous that, they're like,
They might have them.
But they might have fallen out
We
of
should run over
favor.
to this little candy shop around the corner here. I bet they would know.
With the Cosmic Cupcakes or whatever
what's the joint? Bottle Rocket.
Oh, Rocket Fizz?
Rocket Fizz, that's it, yeah.
Are candy cigarettes still available? Most candy cigarettes continue to be manufactured in the United States, of course, out of New Jersey. You want to get your candy cigarettes, American made. Yes, so you can get them. You probably have to buy them in some old-timey candy collection.
I'm not pressed on them. I think I would want them for like the nostalgia factor, but they weren't good. Like they weren't tasty.
Just grow up and get some real cigarettes.
That's what I mean, though. Yeah, come on, be a man.
No, they're nasty.
What's
Only
the
at first,
but what's
and
the
then you can't live without them.
What's the nostalgia factor of something you never liked?
Well, I also don't like what are they? Peeps. I don't like those either. But I keep them because I laugh at them, and my mom gets them for me every year, and I have never.
Your mom gets you candy cigarettes every year?
No, Peeps.
Oh, Peeps. Yeah, Peeps.
In his Easter basket, he's 30.
Right.
I still get. So what if I get an Easter basket? There's
Don't,
a bunch of 30-year-olds.
Why are you yelling?
Because
You're a grown man. My daughter calls me a grown man who likes candy. Now, that's less the case. Mary handed me a couple of high chews in the break. That's the first bit of candy I've had in a long time. So I'm getting off that whole thing. But in my heart and soul, I am a grown man who likes candy. So you're a grown man who gets an Easter basket from his mommy.
That has Peeps in them.
Peeps, right.
And then you laugh at it.
Because sometimes, like one year, it was actually really. I wish I knew where those were, but they were in rainbow color. Or maybe she bought them in rainbow and then assorted them another way. Maybe that was like right after Gay Marriage
I never
passed.
quite understood.
They come in different colors.
I never quite understood the hatred for Peeps.
They're
I love
nasty.
Peeps.
They're so.
It's just marshmallow with
It's
sugar
marshmallow
on it.
with sugar. And then now they have them in chocolate, and they're so harmless.
The consistency just doesn't do it for me.
You don't like marshmallows?
I like melted marshmallow or like marshmallow
Fluff.
in something, but I don't like to just eat a marshmallow by itself.
I like to let them get stale.
I'll dig into a bag of marshmallows, man.
You get a pack of Peeps, you cut a hole in them, and you let them sit on the counter for a week or so.
What is it with you and stale food? You also leave
Stale food?
You leave your pizza out all night, and then eat it the next day.
Well, that's one night. A lot of people. There's a show called Cold Pizza.
But cold pizza usually means in
you
the fridge.
Put in the fridge.
Oh no,
like it's physically cold.
And that show hasn't been a
not
show in
just
15
is that true?
years. Yeah, it's
Cold
First Take.
Pizza's gone.
It's First Take.
Wait, but it used to be called Cold Pizza?
A long time ago, yeah.
But they turned it to First Take.
I believe
They just
that's what
changed
it
the
was.
name.
Yeah.
Well, then the show is still around.
Yes, technically you win, Alan.
Thank you.
On a technicality, the best kind of winning.
People are telling me candy cigarettes are now called candy sticks. But we all know what they are.
Except in the UK.
Why would people put pizza in the refrigerator?
Because that's how it is best.
But it's not going to go bad.
It's got cheese in it.
Not going to go bad overnight.
Would you leave out a slice of cheese on the counter and then eat it the next morning?
It's in a box. Cheese is an element of pizza. So there's the bread, there's a bit of the cheese, there's pepperoni, there's whatever you have on it, right? It's in a box, and I'll house a pizza if I'm going to have one. But let's say I don't, right? Let's say we got Ohio pie.
Sure.
Those are delicious, pretty hefty.
Sure.
I haven't finished it. Now, Ohio pie, not as good the next day. Some other kinds of pizzas, they can sit overnight, they're fine.
Oh, I like Ohio pie the next day.
But you're also eating it properly cold. He is leaving his
But why
food
is that
out.
proper?
But when you refer to something as cold, it's usually less than room temperature.
I thought cold pizza just referred to like
Not hot.
It's not hot.
No.
Or you left it out. It's cold pizza.
You are the first
You
person I
mean
have
refrigerated.
ever heard of that. I've never heard of someone leaving their pizza out in the dining room overnight.
I'm not just sitting a slice on the ottoman.
I understand.
It's in the box.
It's still in a box.
It's
yeah.
in the box.
I get that.
On the stove, right?
Right? I think when people hear cold pizza, they usually think out of a fridge.
I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
So people are actively refrigerating their pizza.
Yes.
Gotcha.
That's
After you're
very
done.
common.
Why are they do that? Because they enjoy the cold?
Well, I think it's
You just
one
put
just
any
to
leftovers in the
any
refrigerator.
leftovers go in the fridge.
Yeah, but if you know you're going to eat, I think of leftovers as, I'll get to these later. The pizza, I'm going to eat for breakfast the next
So
morning.
do I. I finish it for breakfast
Out of the
just
fridge.
out of the fridge.
But why out of the fridge?
Because that's where
leftovers
you
go in the
put
fridge.
No, but that
leftovers.
means you, first of all,
Yeah,
leftovers
food-
leftovers go in the fridge because you don't want them to spoil.
Yes.
Right.
Right? Pizza will not spoil overnight. So you're putting it in the fridge is my point because you like the cold?
No,
because
it's not
I'm
gonna spoil.
conditioned to put things in the fridge.
Yeah, but it's not
Even
going to
if it's
spoil. Isn't
not
a
gonna
really
spoil,
good
yeah, like,
reason.
it's gonna.
Salami's not going to spoil overnight. I'm not going to leave it out on my stove.
But you could.
You could.
It's cured meat.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's not going to make you sick, but it's not going to taste as good.
That's all I'm concerned about is if it's going to make me sick. If you made a charcuterie board and left it out overnight, you could absolutely eat it the next morning with no fear.
It's going to be sweaty meat and weird cheese.
But it's all
soggy pickles.
But it was that.
It's more just how we're conditioned.
But it was
think
that
that's all
before
it
you
is.
put it out. It's cured meat. It's going to be sweaty
Yeah.
cheese, right? Oh, maybe I didn't understand that's.
Yeah.
I just thought cold meant not piping hot out of wherever you got it.
Cold out of the
actively
fridge,
cold.
yes.
Refrigerated.
Less than room temperature.
Remember back in October, there was a teacher arrested in Medina from Medina High School.
She's your girlfriend now.
Oh, this is a guy
It's
you're
a
talking
dude.
about. Yeah.
And the story,
He's your
the rest of the
girlfriend
no, this is I'm not his type. I'm about
Way too old.
Yeah, 3 times too old.
Yeah.
But yeah, his crimes have hit the news, and it's exactly what everybody thought it was going to be.
Child porn.
And he was talking with an undercover cop that was posing as a mom trying to set up a sexual encounter with her pretend 14-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
For what, money?
No, like he was. Well,
What's
I
the
mean,
mom's
yeah, I'm sure he
incentive?
said
yeah,
he
I
was
think,
gonna
question.
I think that was it. But the money's not the important part. Is
Well, I mean, that's my first question: is how does somebody communicate with a mom? Like, what's the mom's motive to sell their child into prostitution?
And if your brain, and I know there are terrible, awful, heinous people out there, but if your brain wasn't always in a spermy froth to try to get laid, you'd go, it's a cop. It's not a mom trying to set up turning out her 14-year-old girl. It's a cop.
although that does happen, which is very sad.
It does happen. But a social studies teacher at Medina High School, and imagine if you had 7th period with Mr. Hedrick, how this turned out. Accused of possessing child porn and trying to have sex with a 14-year-old girl that he thought existed. The 37-year-old teacher there. They accessed his Kick account. Are the kids on Kick? Who even knew that was still a thing?
I didn't know that was
Kick.
still a thing.
Yeesh.
I think that's a thing that's just being
That's the
used-
giveaway.
Yeah, that's like being used by pedophiles and people trying to catch pedophiles.
Yeah.
Like deep down, he's like, I guess I wanted to be caught because I was using Kick.
What exactly is Kick, though?
It
was
like
a very
what-
short-lived messaging.
Yeah, it
app.
was like
It's like,
WhatsApp before WhatsApp.
but it
Yeah.
was specifically, I thought, for fetishes.
No.
No.
I thought
Nope.
Kick.
You're thinking about kink.
No.
Every
there was a
message,
guy.
every messaging app starts out as, here's what the kids can be on and their parents won't know about it. That's what Kick was.
Yeah.
But if you're this guy and he's got a Kick account, he should have known, oh, it's only teachers and there's no more kids on this thing anymore. Anyway, yeah. So very exciting if you're a student or
One
a
more
parent.
reason I would love my name taken off the records in Medina High School.
There you go. As if he needed a reason. He doesn't need a reason. He just wants it done. But now he has a reason. What's the team out there?
The Bees.
Bees.
Medina Bees.
You've
There's a big candle factory out of Medina. So that ties into the name Bees. So all at wax.
Why do they call them the Medina Wax? WHACKS.
I take it you guys gone to a lot of field trips out there?
What's the candle factory?
Oh, I thought it was like a beekeeper's factory.
Candle factory.
I don't know. There's places where they
What
process
are they?
honey.
Well, they got bees
Hold
out
on.
at Mapleside Farms.
But what do you call that?
A beekeeper's factory?
Yeah, what do you call that?
A honey farm? I don't know. What?
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Apiary, right?
He would never know that. The
Right.
only reason I know what an apiarist is because of The Office.
Yeah, I don't know that. Come on.
You thought he'd know that.
I know, but
you
I
would
just
know what an
but I just
apiary
want
is?
He
I
doesn't
just
know
wanted
what
to
a
hear-
slalom
I
is.
was so confused. I'm like,
But I just wanted to hear him keep saying a bee factory.
Beekeeper factory. A beekeeper factory. A honey factory.
Beekeepers here.
a bee
Yeah.
garden, whatever.
A bee garden.
Uh-huh. Bee garden.
Just I like his outlandish guesses.
Bees.
I've never been to one of those. Those are scary. I guess it would be okay if you wore like a suit.
Well, no, the bees, you can go out there, unless you're the beekeeper, you can go and visit an apiary and you can kind of walk around and the bees aren't attacking you like they're.
There's one down the street from my house when I was a kid. Just like a guy down they had a berry farm and they had bees. And they would sell berries that you have to pick your own berries.
Yeah.
Total scam. And they would sell honey. Yeah. Honey was good, though.
All right.
I just hate that. Like, oh, yeah, go pick your own berries. I'm like,
what's the matter with
do
that?
your own
It's an
work.
experience. Like the self-checkout.
You're immersing yourself in nature, right? You want a tactile experience out there.
Talk about. Oh, go ahead.
Andrew.
Hey guys, you guys went further than the conversation about before, so I apologize.
That's okay.
But Alan is completely right about the pizza.
Of course
Leave
I
it
am.
out.
I know that.
Of course you are.
I don't need to be.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't need to be told that.
What do you mean he's completely right?
He's completely right because it tastes better. Because it's not a.
So you're saying he's right because of a preference that you have?
Yeah.
Well, we're saying he's wrong because of a preference. we
Yeah,
have.
you said he's crazy for not putting it
I
in
never
the
said
fridge.
he's wrong. I just said it's different way of doing. Like usually people put the. Hold on, let me talk.
Right. Oh, come on.
Come on.
The whole thing was most people put their pizza in a fridge.
Is that
And
true?
I
Do
feel
most people do that?
I feel like that's. But I think you only notice what you do, so it could not be true.
Because it never occurred to
here's the
me.
thing.
It never occurred to me either way, I guess.
Well, I will put the pizza in the fridge after the night of, because I do want it a little bit cold at that point. But the night of, that pizza needs to be ready for me to eat when I come downstairs hungover. 100%.
So for you, it's just a matter of making it more accessible. You don't want to be digging in the fridge. You want to go
And more delicious.
Yeah, and more delicious. I mean, that's what I think, but I guess it's anecdotal. I guess it's whatever you want.
It's preference.
It's how Bill and I used to do it. We had so many arguments when we were running Papa Giuseppe's checkered tablecloth pizzatorium. We had so many arguments about pizza in the fridge or pizza out on the counter.
Well,
I was team counter. Everybody else on staff and Bill were team fridge.
Our whole idea at first was it's always at room temperature. So we would just put the pizza together and then just serve it. And they're like, you didn't even cook this. And they're like, yeah, people like room temperature pizza.
Or for people who insisted we cook them, we said, okay, but the delivery time is going to be very long because we have to let it cool down to room temperature before we serve it to you. And as a result...
Friendly, attractive female service. We ain't got them. Papa Giuseppe's second tablecloth pizzatorium.
It didn't last long.
Well, the thing is, that's most places now.
Oh, boy.
What's the secret to our delicious pizza? Simple. It's just microwaved Lunchables. Papa Giuseppe's checkered tablecloth pizzatorium.
Yeah.
I like to picture it as not even the pizza Lunchables. It's like a ham and cheese Lunchable.
With ketchup on it.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy New Year, mega dildos.
Same to you, mega dildos. Jeff, what's up?
So I was calling in about the pizza debate, too. I got to side with Alan on this one, and Bill kind of touched on it, but I want to go further than this. I think for New Year's resolution, I think we need to stop allowing Mary to take anecdotal evidence and use it as facts against Alan, because typically this is where it goes.
Here's the thing.
I'm sorry?
Everybody has
She can
anecdotal
do whatever she
evidence.
wants to do.
I'm just the only one who gets called out for it.
Did you guys ever?
No, you don't.
You make.
Did you guys ever envision a world?
Everybody does it.
Did you guys ever envision a world in which two consecutive callers would agree with me about food? Ever in any universe?
Honestly, no. But listen, Jeff. Whatever, dude. That's my only argument.
No.
Hey, you listen. Whatever, dude.
Jeff, a lot of people are saying whatever.
Yeah, that's
it's like
right.
most people say whatever, so I think you lost this one.
People are saying whatever.
No, I will tell
all
you,
I'm
this is
saying
something.
is-
This exact thing drives my boyfriend crazy because he's like, you say things with such confidence. Like, you know it is
Yes,
true.
yes.
He's like, you will make up a whole story that never happened, a conversation that never happened, say it like it's true, and everyone's looking at you like this. Nobody ever said anything like that. I was like, no, those things definitely happen. He's like, you make 90% of this stuff up in your brain.
Well, making things up is different.
But I'm looking out for.
Go ahead.
But I'm looking out for you too, Mary, because you make these confident statements.
I do.
Then you get real ticked off when people tell you you're factually wrong because the facts you brought into the argument aren't actually facts.
That's fine.
There's a difference between fabricating stories and asserting your anecdote with confidence.
Listen.
What's the point of being wishy-washy when you talk to people? You
Here's the
got to with confidence.
I'm going to assert everything with confidence, even if I'm not 100% true on it, because when it is right, then I look like I knew something.
Uh-huh.
Like, no, dude, everybody says that.
I'm pretty sure that's the same attitude with the MAGA dope. So, I mean, you can
Bro,
cross that
have you
off
heard
the list
any
then.
of my stories? I'm half MAGA in my blood. There's nothing I can do about it.
Why?
By the way, you guys...
I know Cody is, but...
You guys could...
Well, never mind.
Thank you, Jeff. You guys could be 100% correct, by the way, that most people put in the fridge. It just didn't occur to me because I'm like, look...
Maybe it's a generational thing, too.
Shut up, Bill.
Older people
Shut up.
leave it out overnight.
Son of a bitch.
And if you're younger, you put it in the fridge.
No, I'm in the camp of living in.
Dude, you idiot.
Okay.
We had him.
You're
we
supposed
had him
to-
with the old
you're
guy
supposed-
stuff.
they had
and
me.
then here comes Poundcake. But actually,
he's speaking with confidence.
I don't put him in the fridge either.
Well, that's just because I lay with it on my night. I have it on my nightstand. So when I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like, I want a snack, I don't even have to go to the fridge or the stove where I left it. It's right there, on my nightstand.
When I come home hungry from the beekeeper factory all day long, I want something to eat.
What if
You're
he did
supposed to
say
yes and
apiary?
him, Poundcake.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
You're supposed to say yes and me, but I just keep thinking, what if he did somehow come up with apiary?
It would be great. He comes up with things all the
hilarious.
time.
He thinks that's what the enclosure where the monkeys are at the zoo is called.
Apiary.
That's an atrium. Aprium.
A what?
Aprium.
A what?
Like an atrium.
He said,
Did you see what he did? He pivoted. It's like an atrium.
But with
He
H,
he gets the atrium.
He goes atrium?
Oh, yeah,
Atrium.
aprium. God damn. I got to take a break. I'll have those Bruce O-Rama tickets for you. The great Bruce Campbell comes to the Agora. He does a live fan game show, and you watch some fun film, and maybe he'll talk about the new Evil Dead film. He's not in it, but he's one of the producers. So if you're a big Bruce Campbell fan, I'll have Bruce O-Rama tickets for you coming back here, and then another $1,000 for you to win. Next keyword to go fund yourself is coming up at 3:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Keep it clean? No, absolutely not. I want everything in there.
Rock.
It's something unpredictable.
And Alan Cox.
Ooh, this is going to be good.
Wow. Well.
FM home of the Cavaliers.
Cavs lead.
100.7.
WMMS.
Don't miss.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023.
Presented by Capital One.
Alter Ego, are you ready?
This Saturday.
Starring
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Suck my kiss.
Can't stop addicted to the shindig.
Fallout Boy.
Jack White.
What's the trick? Muse.
Phoenix. Churches.
Beach weather.
And Rosalind.
Through the magic of technology, you can tune in and hear and watch the biggest, bestest single night of rock and alternative music on the planet.
Watch on VEEPS.com or download the Veeps app.
And listen right here this Saturday at 10 p.m.
And to all those lucky listeners who will be at the LA Forum experiencing Alter Ego,
Make sure to keep that ego in check.
you bunch of lucky alterno freaks.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers.
What's in your wallet?
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly to mostly cloudy skies for your Tuesday with highs right around 40. More clouds tonight with overnight lows around 30. For your Wednesday, mostly cloudy, highs around 50.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Save big money at Menards.
The wait is over. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, is officially live in Ohio. Now you can legally bet on all your favorite sports anytime and anywhere right here in Ohio with DraftKings. For a limited time, new customers who sign up with promo code BUZZARD will receive $200 in bonus bets instantly. DraftKings has the best features, including same-game parlays, player props, and more, with fast and easy payouts right at your fingertips. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. New customers can use promo code BUZZARD to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place a $5 bet on anything. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code BUZZARD. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and older. Physically present in Ohio. Valid one offer per first-time depositors who have not already redeemed $200 in free bets via pre-launch offer. Minimum $5 deposit and wager. $200 issued as bonus bets. Eligibility restrictions apply. See dkng.co/OH for terms.
We're here with Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, is now a good time. And do you have inventory?
Bill, we have a good selection of new Fords in stock with more arriving daily. And this month is a great time to get into a new Ford.
I know, I heard. All remaining 2022 F-150s are $7,000 off MSRP at Claiborne?
Simple and straightforward. Check out other lines as well. The Claiborne team is driven by your best interest.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores. Visit Claiborne.com.
Welcome to the Fake Not So Fake radio show. I'm Roque Trevor. I'm here with part of the Calvetta family for the floor show, Casey. How important is it having generations of family working there?
Super important because there's so much pride in the work. Everyone in the company, family or not, everyone wants to put in as much love and effort and work as my dad and his brothers. That's why we are where we are today. It's time to fall in love again with your home. Only at the Calvetta Brothers Floor Show.
Stop waiting and start driving at the Ken Ganley Auto Group, #1 in Ohio with thousands of vehicles in stock. Toyota, Honda, Chevy, Ford, Hyundai, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Alfa Romeo. We've got BMW, Fiat, Mercedes-Benz, Maserati, Lincoln, and Cadillac. Or choose Nissan, Buick, GMC, Subaru, Volkswagen, or Kia. Click GanleyAuto.com. Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Hey, it's Alan for FanDuel. Finally, here in Ohio, the wait is over. FanDuel is America's #1 sports book. It's now live in Ohio, just in time for the NFL playoffs. What are the odds, so to speak? New customers in Ohio, you get in on the action with $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So sign up, FanDuel.com/Cox, C-O-X. Finally, you can bet on all your favorite sports, everything from the money line to point spreads to player props. I love FanDuel because every day there's promos and boosts, and I'm always finding something new that I love. So go ahead, win some bucks in the Buckeye State, all on the app that's safe and secure and super easy to use. And don't miss your chance to get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. FanDuel.com/Cox to sign up. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. 21 and over and present in Ohio. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it's time for an adventure on the open highway, one quick call to American Family Insurance gets you headed in the right direction. Our Travel Peace of Mind package is there if you encounter a bump in the road. From roadside assistance to rental car coverage, we have you covered. Find a local agent or get a quote at amfam.com.
American Family Insurance.
American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
It's all hands on deck for the Progressive Cleveland Boat Show, January 12th through 15th at the IX Center. See 400 power and sailboats, 300 accessory displays, amazing new hands-on attractions designed to immerse you in summertime. It's the 2023 Progressive Cleveland Boat Show, sailing into the newly redesigned IX Center. Seminars, live music, amazing boat deals, and Twiggy the water skiing squirrel. For show info and discount tickets, visit clevelandboatshow.com. Use promo code IHEART.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. I hate the struggle of tough, greasy messes on my stovetop. So I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap scum, I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough messes in seconds.
Just freak,
wipe,
done.
Did you know that tires purchased from Conrad's include everything you need to get the maximum life out of your new tires? That's right, lifetime rotations and balancing, flat repairs, wheel alignment inspections, plus 3 years of road hazard protection. Count on Conrad's for great tire prices and the best overall value. Bundle and save to get up to $225 off on 4 select Goodyear tires. That's right, $225 off Goodyear tires. Now that's the Conrad's difference.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select
In about 5 or 6 minutes, 3:30, next chance for you to go fund yourself. Well, Deftones, they're playing Sonic Temple. They dropped that Sonic Temple lineup, making up for lost time by making it 4 days now, and holy cow. I mean, they never go wrong out there at Sonic Temple, but all of the festivals are beginning to announce their lineups. And not only are the Foo Fighters not hanging it up, they're basically playing every festival this summer. They're doing Bonnaroo. Their first show back is going to be Boston Calling, which is 3 nights end of May. They were supposed to play last year, but they canceled after Taylor Hawkins died on March 25th. So the first full concert without Taylor Hawkins might be worth you going to Boston. That's a good festival.
Can we play the headliners, like play a song by each one of them in Poundcake and guess who they are? Because I love his
For
guesses.
Sonic Temple?
Yeah.
Yeah, we absolutely can. I mean, he's not going to get any of them, but we can do that.
He might get one. I think there's one. I think there's 2 he'll get, actually.
Well, I'll tell you who the headliners are. It's not going to give him any hints. But the pre-sale starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. Go to sonictemplefestival.com to register for the pre-sale by 10 o'clock tonight. And then anything that's left over from the pre-sale will go on sale Friday at noon. May 25 through the 28th, 4 days in Columbus. Your first night headliners are Tool and Godsmack. Friday night, Avenged Sevenfold and Queens of the Stone Age. Saturday night, Kiss and Rob Zombie. And those Sunday night, last night headliners, Foo Fighter and Deftones.
Remember the one time we played, he recognized Kiss. He's
right,
a Kiss
that's what
fan.
I'm saying, Kiss.
I feel like he could get Kiss.
He told Rob Zombie's a big fan, so I wanted to see if he could get Rob Zombie.
But I always look immediately to the small font bands because that's where the real fun is. Pennywise is playing. Anti-Flag. Stalwarts from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Angel Dust is great. Horror is great. Chevelle from Chicago, Illinois.
I know one song by them.
Converge, great band. Born of Osiris from Chicago, Illinois. Pussifer. If you're going to have Tool, there's going to be a Pussifer set.
Yeah.
Black Veil Brides. Yellow Wolf. Pretty Reckless. That's Taylor Momsen. The Nova Twins. You ever seen the Nova Twins?
No.
Those 2 black chicks from London. Jawbreaker. That's a deep dive. Sublime with Rome. The Bronx. Where have they been? White Reaper. Filter. Tons and tons of great bands for Sonic Temple.
Fever 333. I saw them at the last Sonic Temple, and they were fantastic.
I thought they split up.
What's
the band that just broke up? Like, they got all mad at each other and split. I thought it was Fever 333.
It might be, but I think the lead singer is still sticking with it, and he might have new because the picture is just him.
Gotcha. Poundcake, do you want to play? I'll play you a band.
He's talking to somebody.
Oh, he's
right
still
now.
on the phone. Okay.
No, somebody else.
Oh.
Who are you talking to?
He was giving away a prize. I just gave something away. Maybe he's still getting.
No, it was a phone issue, and Jeremiah was coming in there to see if we
were having it too.
Yeah, and it was just like a glitch or something.
Bill suggested that I play you, since they announced the full lineup for Sonic Temple, that I play you some of the headliners, and you try to tell me if you know who they are.
Okay.
Let's see. I will play you. Here's one of your headliners for Sonic Temple.
I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel the snake bite and tear my veins. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came.
That sound familiar at all? We play it a lot.
No. Not at all.
Make a guess. You got a guess.
All of these are going to be the same answer.
Well, that's what I said. You're not going to know them.
Who's going to know some of them?
I'm playing along, but
I don't even know what to go off of. I know you're...
Pull up the Google Sonic Temple lineup.
Okay.
And tell us which one you think this is.
Okay.
Did you know that we were talking about Sonic Temple?
Yes, I heard that part.
Yeah, but I wasn't going to give him any hints, but you're right. That he needs to have it narrowed down some.
He's just going to say Lou Rawls.
He'll go,
every single time.
Led Zeppelin.
Okay.
Right.
This is Queens of the Stone Age.
I'm sorry. No, that was Godsmack.
Oh, that doesn't sound like very demonic.
That's like their most famous song.
Godsmack's not a demonic band. I mean,
it seems with a name like Godsmack, it seems very demonic. But okay.
And they do have a lot of goat imagery.
Let me find another band here for you, and we'll see if you can pull them off the...
Oh, my, you pulled them off.
Let's see. Let me find you one here. Some of these bands have a lot of songs.
Oh, this is Kiss Love Gun.
Hey,
he's
you even got the
Kiss.
song.
He knows Kiss.
I love it.
Cody is a Kiss fan.
I'm not.
You are. You're in the
not,
Kiss army.
I'm not a hater. No, I'm not a hater. I like it. They're okay. I can do without the makeup, but the music I can get down with.
Let me play you something else here, and you tell me if you know who it is from Sonic Temple.
Who is this irresistible creature who has an insatiable love for the dead?
Rob Zombie.
Hey!
Look at that. He's 2 for 3.
He is. 66%.
Those are the ones I said he was going to get.
Or Rob Zombie and Kiss.
I was gonna say with the intro like that, like a love for the dead. His last name Zombie. I just context clues.
Living dead
Context
girl.
clues. So he's just guessing.
But no, you told me to guess, so I'm guessing.
I know.
I thought you.
I just like the way that you get there.
Yeah,
It's
not
right.
not. I've heard this a billion times on MMS.
You could have played
That
Dracula.
little clip, huh?
You could have played Dracula.
Or Dragula, as the case.
In my Dracula.
No, I don't want the live one.
No, not live.
Come on. There's another Sonic Temple headliner. May
so you gave it
25th
away,
through the
headliner.
28th.
Okay.
Well, yeah, these are the big. We're
The
just going to
bigger
give you the
the
big
bigger
font
letters,
band
headliners, yeah.
headliners. Who is this?
Foo Fighters.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Look at this rock
I recognize
god
that.
that is
recognize
Poundcake that just knows all these bands. Now it takes him 45 seconds to figure it
Okay, that's still.
But there's
it's
long
good,
ramps
yeah,
on these
yeah.
songs too. You got to
Yeah.
wait for the vocals to kick in for somebody like him. So I give him some.
Yeah, no,
give him
that's
some
good.
leeway there.
All right, how many we got left? We got 3 left?
And
I'm so glad to see these guys going back out again. One of the best shows I've ever seen from these guys.
Damn. I need some lyrics.
We get some rules to follow.
Tool.
I'm sorry, this is a band called Queens of the Stone Age.
I was going to say,
Okay,
you
well, that
already
was-
guessed these ones.
Yeah. All right. I knew it was one of the two. Deftones.
Process of elimination.
Was that the last
How
one?
did they get Deftones so
we haven't
quickly?
done the last one.
Oh, the last one? Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
okay.
I mean,
All right.
might as well play
I'll
some
do all
for
of
him.
them? Okay.
I mean, just because I want to listen to some of it.
Let me pick one. Let me find out which one to pick one for him. Here. Process of elimination, though. He can probably figure this out. This is my least favorite, by the way, of all of the headliners, this band.
So this is Tool?
This is not Tool. No.
Falling in Reverse?
They're not a
They're
headliner.
not a
The
headliner.
big letters.
Oh, you're looking for a band called Avenged Sevenfold.
Oh, damn. Yeah, it was right in front of me. I didn't even see it. I was looking right past it.
Well, that's all right. You got more than
You got
we
a
thought
lot,
you would.
yeah.
Yep.
We
He
knew
got-
Kiss.
He got Kiss.
I love that he got Kiss and he knew that it was Love Gun, too.
Role models.
Yep. Have you seen that movie? Is that why you know that?
Yeah. I remember.
Okay.
Damn it, I hate
Because you were that kid.
I knew it.
However you get there. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. Chance for you to go fund yourself. Maybe put it towards Sonic Temple tickets. Who knows? Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword money at WMMS.com. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Black Veil Brides, Poundcake. You like them?
I like Andy
Beer
Black.
Sack.
I was like, he changed his name to Andy Black, but yeah.
Of course he did.
Andy Biersack.
Yeah, so they're starting to announce all the festivals. Foo Fighters are on this. They're on Boston Calling. I think they're doing Bonnaroo, too, for people who make that trip to Tennessee. Bonnaroo is Foo Fighters, Kendrick Lamar, Paramore, Lil Nas X, many, many more. It'll be streamed on Hulu. Incarceration, right in our backyard in Mansfield. They're going to be announcing that lineup very soon, too.
Not on the Peeps app, like whatever it is.
Hey, do you like marshmallow candy for Easter? And you want to log in and watch this live stream? Live global live stream event?
Yeah, global live stream event.
We're advertising something where you got to go on to peeps.com.
Is it Peeps or Veeps?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Who cares? Why would we even be like on some other format? I don't know.
Because there's a different one every year because one will go under and they go, oh, we need a new partner this year. So I guess we'll go to this one.
I guess. But, yeah, good job, Poundcake. You did better than I thought you would there.
Getting blown up by people sending me article after article. You can't or you shouldn't eat pizza that wasn't refrigerated.
Yeah, that's what people are telling me. They're like bacteria forms after a few hours. Now, again, all I'll say is it's never given me a bit of trouble. But, yeah, it's probably not good to do that. It's probably good to put it in because cheese is cheese, as people pointed out. It's no different.
That's what I said.
It's Alan, it's no different than Mary letting her cat eat off of her spoon. I don't know anything about that.
Well, I've said that every now and then if I'm eating ice cream, I'll let the cat lick it.
No, I know you did say that. I don't know bacterially what that is, but yeah.
It's not clean. I can tell you that.
But the Cleveland Clinic and the USDA will say, do not eat. You should refrigerate that pizza because bacteria can begin to accumulate after a couple of hours. Now, again, I'm just speaking for myself. I prefer it that way. It's never made me feel even remotely ill. But I am not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. Let's get on which doctor. But,
and again,
whatever.
there was that guy that has been eating raw meat for the past year and has not gotten sick. So, do what you're going to do.
Right.
We're not here to tell you how to live your life.
No.
If you want to leave that pizza out and eat it, can't stop you.
You do
We can recommend you refrigerate it, but
yes,
can't stop you from eating it.
Would you like a story that's going to confirm your further hatred for cats?
Yes.
We had to put my cat on a prescription diet.
That's not uncommon, though, right? I mean, if they've got...
Sounds expensive.
It is. It's freaking $40 a bag
Yeah.
for this food, which is ridiculous. But she has some kind of feline, it's a urinary tract problem where she gets crystals in her pee. And I guess this is like super common. Well, dude, they showed me like the urine sample that I gave them. It's like legitimate, jagged looking objects on this like
jagged little
X-ray.
piss.
And they're like, what that does is it cuts up her bladder and her urine. It's like she's literally peeing razor blades. Like that's what happened. And I go, well, what causes this? And they go, we don't know. I was like, for real? They're like, yeah, veterinarians don't really know. It could be a difference in the pH. It could be dietary. It could be stress. There's a lot of different things that it could cause. But like we've had issues with her peeing outside of her box and like having pee in her blood for over a year. And then finally they're like, all right, well, let's try this prescription diet. So she has to eat that for the next 6 weeks. It's been a nightmare.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Taking her in for x-rays and trying to, I don't know if you've ever tried to get a urine sample from a cat.
Only recreationally.
Well, I hope that you were successful because it's impossible. You can't just hold a cup under there like you can a dog.
You got to get a vet technician to help out.
Nope, because every time I take her into the vet, she would pee on me or in her crate or her bladder wouldn't be full enough. So I had to like clean out her litter box and put in this fake cat litter that doesn't absorb and then like pipe it out with a turkey baster.
It's almost as though having a cat is in no way worth it.
I said,
the
do you
return
want
on
a
investment
story?
emotionally on a cat is practically nil. Alan, I'm a longtime listener. I'm 40 today. It'd be pretty cool to hear happy birthday from my favorite show. That's Jordan in Akron.
What's your favorite show?
I was going to say.
You probably missed it.
Jordan, it's been well worth the wait. It's the 10th day of January. You turned 40 years old today.
Oh, so
And now
nice.
it's your time
Now it's your time. Yeah. Pouring that milk into a bowl. Well, there you go. Happy birthday, Jordan. I, at great expense to myself, hired Michael Bolton to sing a song for you.
You're such a good friend.
Alan, who do you think will be behind the kit for the Foo Fighters? I don't know. I've heard rumblings of a couple of different people. I would love to see Josh Freese behind the drums. I haven't been asked.
You didn't apply.
I think.
Was there an open application?
I think it's be one of those Boston Dynamic robots.
Yeah, right.
They're starting the tour in Boston.
Yep.
So why not?
The opening band is the robot doing box jumps, and then he's going to get behind the kit.
All I'm saying is you get on Cody for not applying to anything and then complaining he doesn't have a good enough job. You didn't apply to be the Foo Fighters' new drummer.
I went to FooFighters.com, and every time I tried to fill out the open application, I couldn't figure out how many pictures had traffic lights in them.
You're a robot.
And that's what jammed me
Bill's
up.
right. You are the robot.
That's what jammed me up. God bless. I have to take a break. If you want to text, 35192. If you don't, number's 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
A married female police officer outside Nashville was fired along with 4 male police officers because she was having sex with all of them on duty at the police department. Where do you go from here? OnlyFans?
Because she's such a massive slut. It's almost an advertisement so she can have more sex.
She's married. I mean,
Are they going to stay married?
How many more dates do you need?
I don't think you could stay married when it's all over the news that your wife is the world's biggest slut, right?
Yeah. Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Is your 2023 starting without a bang? Has yawning become your dominant characteristic? You are not alone. This year, millions will be diagnosed with low energy, or low E. But Planet Fitness has the cure. With clean, spacious clubs and tons of equipment, you can boost your energy after one workout. Find your big fitness energy at Planet Fitness for $1 down, $10 a month. No commitment, cancel anytime. Deal ends Thursday, January 12th.
Planet Fitness is the preferred gym of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
See Home Club for details.
Hey guys, it's Alan for the Foundry Social out in Medina. We were just talking about Medina. If you're out that way, there is always a party to be had at the Foundry Social. High voltage karting is right next door there. You want to blow off some steam, get behind the wheel. High speed, all electric go-karts are so fun. But over at Foundry Social, they got Mad Brewing there. The food's awesome, and they have every kind of game in every direction. So whether you're kind of doing impromptu hang or something a little more official, they can accommodate your party, whatever it is. Call them and find out what they're doing and when, because it's always something. 330-333-9000 or online, highvoltagekarting with a K.com or thefoundrysocial.com.
Lorain County Community College's graduates are the first choice of local employers. From healthcare to manufacturing to technology, companies turn to LCCC to find the talent they need. Graduates land jobs they love, our economy grows, our region thrives. You can turn to LCCC. We will prepare you for the jobs of the future. Lorain County Community College, always here, always ready. Enroll today.
Want to save on groceries? Get the Giant Eagle app and get started. Browse and shop our weekly digital ad for deals on fresh options across the store. Plus, add digital coupons with a tap. Place your order right in the app, then pick it up curbside. Or use the app to plan your trip and save when you check out in store. From tender hand-cut meats to quality produce, feed your family for less with Giant Eagle. Find weekly savings in the Giant Eagle app or at gianteagle.com.
0 down, no payments for 90 days, and a $500 trade-in bonus. It's going on now at your Mazda destination, the all-new Mazda of Kent, MazdaKent.com. Every new Mazda, absolutely 0 down, with no payments for 90 days. Plus, just announced, you get a trade-in bonus, an extra $500 at Mazda of Kent. Come test drive the Mazda CX-5 crossover SUV, Mazda CX-30 CUV, even 2023 Mazda CX-50 crossover SUV, and maintenance is no charge for 1 year. Plus, Mazda certified pre-owned during the Mazda season of inspiration. Every new Mazda, absolutely 0 down, with no payments for 90 days. And you get a trade-in trade-in bonus, $500 at your Mazda destination. The all-new Mazda of Kent. Come experience our new retail evolution dealership, MazdaKent.com. MazdaKent.com. Example new 22 Mazda CX-5 Select, $29,800 down, $838 per month, 36 months at 2.9% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
January is the perfect time to think fitness. Let the FitWorks family help you every step of the way. Did you know you can join FitWorks in January for only $1 on select plans? What a deal! Visit fitworks.com to sign up or learn more. FitWorks has everything you need to get you in the best shape of your life.
I chose Tri-C because they have great opportunities as far as academics mixing with internships. I started meeting people right away who I clicked with. And when I graduated, I received a full ride to Cleveland State and was able to start here as a junior. My name is Rebecca Groth. I earned my first degree at Tri-C.
Classes begin January 17th. Visit tri-c.edu.
Stop waiting and start driving at the Ken Ganley Auto Group, #1 in Ohio, with thousands of vehicles in stock. Toyota, Honda, Chevy, Ford, Hyundai, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Alfa Romeo. We've got BMW, Fiat, Mercedes-Benz, Maserati, Lincoln, and Cadillac. Or choose Nissan, Buick, GMC, Subaru, Volkswagen, or Kia. Click GanleyAuto.com. Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Couldn't make it to the RV show? Don't worry. JTS RV Supercenter in Grafton is offering show pricing until the end of January. Don't miss the best pricing of the year and guarantee that you'll have a new RV for the beginning of the camping season. Visit JTSRV.com or call us at 1-800-394-GYMS.
Welcome to BreezeLine, where the sky's the limit thanks to better internet. With lightning fast speeds up to 1 gig, you can game like a boss, stream like a pro, and watch like there's no tomorrow.
Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Diamonds are forever. Hold one up and then caress it. Touch it, stroke it, and undress it. I can see every part. Nothing hides in the heart to hurt me. I don't need love.
One of Poundcake's heroes has passed away unexpectedly. Diamond from the two women who went by Diamond and Silk. A couple of MAGA grifters who got in early, and they made a lot of appearances on right-wing cable news because it made it look like Trump had this massive audience of black voters who loved him and thought everything he did was awesome. And so these two women, they went by Diamond and Silk. And they got all kinds of FaceTime for a few years. And the girl who called herself Diamond died. Silk is still alive. Lynette Hardaway, she was young, she's 50. And they said it was completely unexpected, although her family was like, nah, she'd been sick for a while. She just don't want to talk about it. So, it must have just been that, what did Trump say? It was her big and precious heart that that just gave out, was his thoughtful eulogy. She's kind of cute, actually. You ever pay attention to Diamond and Silk?
Not really.
Oh, you didn't? When there was a big...
I knew who they were, but I didn't like...
I just remember their one saying, they were like, if you don't go right, you gonna go left. L-E-F-F-F-F.
Yes, that's right.
You
yes.
gonna go left.
Yep. Hard-hitting analysis of realpolitik like that is really what put them over the line there. But
go right or you gonna go left.
Yeah, she's only 50 years old.
That's too young to die. That scares me.
What's not too young to die? Because
80?
I'm 51, and so I'm at the age where if I were to die,
people would say that's too
young.
To die.
But
75.
no one would refer to 51 as young.
I would say 75 plus.
75 is when people stop asking questions, I think.
75.
Yeah, there's like, old age, because like sometimes bodies
It's not
just
as shocking.
Shut down at 75. Like if you're in your 60s, you're like, oh wow, that was way before. That was like a little before your time to go. But once you get to like, you've been retired for 10 years plus. I'm saying like if you retire at 65, if you've been retired for 10 years plus, it's just like, well, yeah, they're laying around like they're not getting as much use as they used to, and they feel like the body is just like not responding to something. It's just shutting down.
Well, it's also tough when people on the MAGA side die too, because the story, everyone around them has to deny. What's happening?
Sorry, my volume was on when it usually is off.
The MAGA types have to deny that they died from the coronavirus. Now, she could have died from the coronavirus, but they'll never say that. And they can't say that she died from the vaccine which would also be fake, but she didn't get the vaccine. So they just kind of have to go, well, she had been sick. What was the matter with her? Nah, we don't know.
Sickness.
You don't know what happened? So now I don't know if, I guess the big question is, will Silk find a new partner? Because Diamond was the more attractive of the two, in my estimation. But they have...
Ruby and Silk.
Yeah, maybe. But they've set up a memorial fund for her that I'm sure is 100% on the level.
Opportunity for what?
Poundcake and Silk.
Hey! I mean, they've fallen out of favor for some time now, but this could be the shot in the arm, if you'll pardon a pun that they hate. This could be the shot in the arm that they need.
Maybe if I had married a nice Republican man and he wants to settle down somewhere, Okay.
Now, why does he have to be that, though?
What do you mean?
You said a nice Republican man.
I mean, they were Republicans.
Oh, you mean specifically
to replace her.
Referring to them.
Yeah, if they want me to do, they're not about to get me for free. They're not about to politicize me and have me go to these little Trump rallies or whatever without me getting, feed me a Republican a day, and I'll do what you want.
I'll do whatever you want. Wow,
It's like, let me have at your men.
that's a pretty big. That's a pretty big menu too.
DLs do. I mean, not from my experience, not a whole bunch, but there's some.
Have you read your Jared Kushner book that I got you yet?
No, I haven't started it yet.
Cody.
He hasn't even started it yet. He's not busy. He just hasn't started that book.
I have not started it yet, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to.
But it's got a bunch of pictures in it. That's what you said you liked about it.
I saw a page with a bunch of pictures on it. I don't know if it has, throughout the book, there's a bunch of pictures. I don't know. I haven't looked yet.
He hasn't even flipped through it.
Well, there's no point in flipping through it if I'm not going to sit down and read it. I need like a good...
People flip through books in the store.
Did you...
Books they don't even buy, they'll take a second to flip through. He hasn't even leafed through
even care.
a gift that you got him that he said he wanted.
That I specifically made a note of.
This wasn't you throwing a dart at a board and saying, I hope it's a bullseye.
Nope.
He mentioned
I knew
it.
what he wanted.
You got it.
I'm going to
What about
read
your
the book.
bidet?
No, it's not installed yet.
He doesn't care about anything.
I do care.
You don't.
It's not installed yet.
Why is that?
Because me and my roommate just haven't set aside to do it yet.
See, that's why I got him the Nature's D-Pix calendar. Because he didn't have to do anything with that.
He didn't hang it up. I guarantee that. Is your
That's
calendar
fine.
No.
Nope. That's okay. He
No.
didn't do anything.
It's not. I have all my...
He got his gifts before we left for break. 3 weeks ago. Well, we came back. We came back last week.
The third.
Yeah, we came back last week.
The fourth.
We were off for 2 weeks.
Yeah, we came back.
These were in his house. We came back.
Maybe even in his car, to be honest. He might have left them in the trunk.
Are they still in your car? Did you? So you took the time to move them into the house.
Yes, they're in my room. These are all things I plan to get started. I just haven't started yet. I'm a
When?
master procrastinator.
When do you think you'll start them?
The reason why I didn't install the bidet is because I don't trust myself on doing it correctly, and I want my roommate there just in case something goes wrong. So I can place blame on him. Now, the Jared Kushner book,
Wouldn't you feel so accomplished, though, if you went on YouTube? Listen, I would imagine Bill can probably attest. It's probably not tough.
It's very easy.
I'm sure it's very easy, but I'm not the only one that uses that toilet.
But you'd feel so accomplished if you did it. Imagine the bragging you could do to everyone who had open ears about you installing a bidet in your home.
I'm going to install it, and I'll film myself installing it, but I just didn't do it yet. And the Jared Kushner book is sitting right on my nightstand. I looked at it.
It's at arm's reach, and he hasn't even opened it up. He's looked at the cover. So that means you haven't even seen Mary's heartfelt inscription on the inside.
He didn't even read it. I was waiting for him to mention it, but...
Oh, well, I'll go home and open it. Yeah.
No, it's not worth it now.
It really isn't. You didn't see what she wrote to you on the inside of the book.
No, I didn't see it.
Because she showed it to me first, and she's like, hey...
Do you think he'll like this?
Do you think that this is appropriate? Do you think that this is something, that I should write to him in this book? And I said, I think it's great.
No, I didn't see it yet.
Wow. This guy. And he wants everyone to think of him. He wants his family and
How
friends
could we?
to consider him
After something like this.
more frequently. Why aren't they thinking of me? Because you're not thinking of them.
Pardon me, I need to stare off into the street for a moment.
Wistfully?
Wistfully.
What's wistfully mean?
If you read your Jared Kushner
Yeah,
book,
you
you'd
would
know.
Shut up, Poundcake.
No, I'm going to read it. It's right on my nightstand. I opened it, and then something came up, and then I was like, well, I want to set aside at least an hour.
What came up?
I don't remember what it was.
Now
but
you know.
It was just this past weekend.
No, you're not going to read any book for an hour. Don't lie.
I'm going to do like an
Be
hour
honest.
a day. No, I am.
You won't.
I will.
So over the past 3 weeks,
Film yourself
you
doing
haven't had an
myself for
hour.
an hour?
Go on Instagram Live. Just set it up, leave it there, so we can clock it.
What is he doing? Reading his Jared Kushner book.
We can
Just
time
so
lapse
there's
it.
proof. That's so boring, and I don't even know. That would be like a lot of work. Just to
You know how much boring stuff is on Instagram and TikTok Live that people just tune into because
not saying
people
a
are
word.
bored?
Fine, I'll do that. That sounds funny.
Do it. I say do that. Also, last night I was on TikTok because I couldn't sleep, and there was this girl having people send their boyfriend's number, and then she would try to get them to like flirt with her.
Oh no!
There's a girl on Instagram who
Entrapment.
like has made her entire model. She has millions of followers, or I'm sorry, TikTok. Who that's her whole model. And she's like,
I wonder if this was the same girl.
These
Probably.
girls, they'll be like, "Hey, girl, help me out. I think my boyfriend's cheating on me. Here's his page. Slide in his DMs." And they pay her to slide into their boyfriend's DMs as like a loyalty test. That's what it's called. She does loyalty tests.
And so if she comes back and goes, no, he was great. He said, no, you know.
Yeah. Congrats. You have a good one.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Well, that's like the one person that she got on the phone. She's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Watching you." And she's like, too popular now.
Yeah, it only works for so long.
Yeah, that's why. That's not normally what I watch.
and the
Usually I'm
only
watching trains.
I will say, Alan, the only reason why I don't
Toy
have
trains.
The only reason why I don't have your
Yeah, right. He's Toy Trains is what he's going to watch. What?
the only reason why I don't have your calendar hanging up is because I have the Cavs calendar.
No, trust me. I wasn't complaining. I was simply saying that I assumed that mine is no different than theirs. Here's my question to you.
Mm-hmm.
You know a spare hour is not going to present itself to you. You would have to set one aside.
Yes, I didn't.
And when you have an hour, you're not going to read a book. You couldn't tell us a book that you liked from college or high school. You couldn't recount a book.
We said, Cody, name a book. And you couldn't do it.
Name a book.
I said Haroon and the Sea of Stories or something like that.
But you didn't even know the name. You're not a bibliophile, is my point, right? So you haven't even leafed through. You didn't even open it to look of whatever androgynous, android, weirdo, sex appeal Jared Kushner has to you.
I looked at the cover.
The cover.
His nice little suit.
It's enough for him. He just needs a nice little suit on a Republican man. Just a little piece of eye candy. That's it, right? What else could you need?
What's the book called?
It's called Jared Kushner, My Truth.
Is that what it's called?
I don't know. I just looked for a Jared Kushner book.
I mean,
I honestly couldn't tell you what it's called, and I bought it.
That's not what it's called. It's not called Jared Kushner, My Truth.
It's called Jared Kushner.
This guy couldn't have the word truth within 100 miles of anything.
I can't. I got to give him a pass because I bought it.
It's
and don't know
called
what it's
Breaking History, which is way more appropriate.
My truth.
My truth. Jared Kushner, my truth. Nailed it. And he said that with the same confidence that Mary relates her anecdotal evidence to people. All right.
No, I'm going to read it.
When?
Before bed. I'll start tonight.
But you go to bed every night. How have you not in the last 3 years? I'm sorry, 3 weeks.
I didn't set aside time for it, and there was just things that had come up.
So many things, Alan. He's a busy boy.
And saying an hour is maybe like half hour. I could do a half hour before bed. I usually go to bed around like 11:30, so I read from 11:30 to midnight, and I'll just page the whole no.
Poundcake, come on. You know you're lying.
I'm not lying, Ghostbag.
You know you are.
Shut up, Ghostbag. I'm not lying.
You ain't gonna wear it to no. You ain't gonna read no book.
I will read a book.
When?
I'll do it tonight.
Tonight. What time tonight? Because I'll be there. And I'll let everybody know whether or not you're reading a book.
I'm trying to decide before or after Fab. But it'll be tonight.
Yeah, but if you do it after, you're going to be too tired. You won't be able to keep your tiny little eyes open.
Well, maybe it'll be good inspiration for Fab, so I will probably read before. So I usually go to bed around midnight, so 11 to 11:30, Jared Kushner time.
What about during? Oh. I mean, you only need one hand to hold a book, and you only need one hand to hold yourself.
Well, I can lay it on my bed. And look down. I don't have to hold it.
Why'd you hold it? I think you're scared. That's what I think. You're scared.
Scared of what?
Books.
I'm not scared of books.
You're terrified of books.
No, I'm not. They smell good. They smell fresh and crisp. And there's pictures.
Poundcake, would you like to let everybody know what your secret is? You can't read, sucker. I know it. Everybody else knows it. You don't know how to read, and I think that everybody should be on the same page, if you'll pardon the pun.
I know exactly how to read. I just don't know how to talk. There's a difference.
But we know that.
Yeah,
What's
but
that got to do with reading books?
it doesn't stem from me not knowing what the words are. I just don't know how to pronounce them. I had hooked on phonics. I had all the fixins.
Because a little while ago, you thought an apiary is where gorillas lived.
Well, I
You
was
were talking about a beekeeper factory.
okay. You got me there, but I was just. It wasn't a big deal.
All right.
I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read tonight. I'm gonna set aside a half hour.
Listen, I want to believe you, baby.
Why don't you come to our book?
I want to believe you.
I'm gonna look up to see if there's any Jared Kushner book clubs around here, and then you could come to our meetings, and I'll be like the spokesperson.
Jared Kushner book club. What the hell? I just wanted to see what time you were going to be doing it tonight.
I said 11:30 to midnight.
I don't mean reading. I mean the other thing, the wacky.
11 to 11:30.
11 to 11. 30 minutes? I don't have 30 minutes, homie.
What do you mean? What else you got to do?
I got places to be, dummy. I can't wait around for you to take 30 minutes.
Well, sometimes it takes a little longer. You gotta, get yourself ready.
All right. Good luck. I gotta go.
Bye. Act like I'm doing him a favor.
I mean, you're not being kind to him.
Who's what? Who's doing you a favor? Somebody's doing you a favor?
Ghostback thinks he's doing me a favor by spying on me. I never asked him for that. I didn't ask him to intrude the very first time.
That is true. Nobody's going to stop you from reading Jared Kushner, My Truth. Jared Kushner, My Truth.
His evil twin, Jared.
Right.
My Truth.
That's what I thought it was. I forgot the name of it. Breaking History.
But what a great way to, you say like you can read the words, you just don't know what they mean. How do people expand their vocabulary? Reading. Come on.
Dude, I'm just saying I skimmed. I didn't take advantage of the education when it was presented to me, and it's all my fault. So I understand the consequences of that now, but back then I didn't. Like in college, I read just enough to pass the test. I knew just enough to pass the test. I wanted to get the answers right. And if it was chapter 1 through 12, I read what I thought was important, and everything else, poof.
But how did you know what was important?
My brain does a lot of work to not do a lot of work.
You what?
I don't know. I just felt like I skimmed. I don't know what the brain processes when it skims, but you get some information, but you don't get all of it. So I wasn't getting A's on the test, but I was getting like B's and C's. I probably could have gotten A's had I applied myself.
Gotcha. But you were cool with C's. You were like, I'm fine being regarded as academically average.
I didn't get a lot of C's. I got a lot of B's. And yes, those were good enough for me. Because I was like, yeah, great.
It's always interesting to me when people go, I could have gotten A's if I'd applied myself.
Well,
why didn't you apply yourself?
Right. Because I didn't want to.
If it was so easy.
I was in college. Well,
it's too easy.
So
what was the point?
I didn't want to. What a great answer.
Well, that particular
I just didn't want to.
I didn't want to.
Yeah. No, you didn't. I'm talking about him.
Right.
But that class, but there are certain classes you take in college where you don't really care about. You need the credit. I needed the credit. I didn't care about that class. I didn't want to read. I knew how to read. I just didn't read for leisure like some people do. People who read for leisure scare me.
They scare you.
You should be scared of us.
Yeah.
This whole thing has been about you reading Mary's book leisurely.
I know that, but I'm saying when
He's going to scare himself. He's going to read right next to a mirror.
Too afraid.
And he's too afraid. He'll be terrified the whole thing.
But yeah, if I'm going to read for leisure, a Jared Kushner book is going to be what it is. So I'm going to start it.
Well, not yet.
I just haven't started it yet.
Yep, not yet. I mean, you could if you really applied yourself.
I start tonight.
All right, good. Well, we'll be excited to hear about whatever.
Whole 6 pages.
I was going to say.
You're taking 30 minutes to read 5
Mister,
pages.
I'm not. I'll read for an hour, please. He'll read a few pages. He'll get on his phone.
No,
He'll flip through TikTok for 2 hours.
Gotta put it on.
I don't have an hour to read. I got TikTok for 2 hours.
Yeah, do it on Instagram Live so we can all clock it. Heck, read it out loud.
Yeah.
We said that. Do it as like a
That's
not
your-
like an audiobook, but like as just like 6 episodes of your podcast is you reading out loud the Jared Kushner book.
But submit it as your audition for the audiobook.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we said that.
Probably did. This is Cody Brown. Take 1. This is my audition for Jared Kushner, My Truth.
Isn't that Corey Feldman book?
Chapter 1. I don't know. I've got to take a break. I will have Bush tickets for you. I don't know who's opening for them. I know Bush is doing some dates with Jerry Cantrell. I know they're doing some dates with Candlebox. It might just be them in Cleveland. I don't know. But Bush is a great live band. So they're coming to do MGM Northfield Park in February. Just a few weeks away. February 10th is when that Bush show happens. So you want to check them out, I'll hook you up coming back. And another $1,000 for you, not far off either. 4:30 next keyword, you'll get to go fund yourself.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Don't miss
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023.
Presented by Capital One.
Alter Ego, are you ready? This Saturday.
Starring
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Suck my kiss. Can't stop addicted to the shindig.
Fallout Boy.
Jack White.
What's the trick? Muse.
Phoenix. Churches.
Beach weather.
And Rosalind.
Through the magic of technology, you can tune in and hear and watch the biggest, bestest single night of rock and alternative music on the planet.
Watch on VEEPS.com or download the Veeps app.
And listen right here this Saturday at 10 p.m.
And to all those lucky listeners who will be at the LA Forum experiencing Alter Ego,
make sure to keep that ego in check.
You bunch of lucky alterno freaks.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers.
What's in your wallet?
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, mostly cloudy, a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. Thursday, showers and thunderstorms, high in the low 50s.
This report is sponsored by Fresh Time Market.
Get a real healthy start to the new year at Fresh Time Market's biggest sale of the year. Save 33% on all vitamins and body care now through January 10th. Shop energy-boosting supplements, quality vitamins, and better-for-you skincare. Fresh Time Market. Get real.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent, mazdakent.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. I've told you before, when it comes to furniture, let's say you want a brand new big old sectional for the living room, right? Maybe you want some new bedroom furniture. A lot of big box stores you'll go into, retail chains and such. You might find something you love, but then they'll tell you it's not in stock. Or it'll take an inordinate amount of time to get it to you because it's being shipped from wherever, right? You have to worry about that at Northeast Factory Direct. They don't do fake sales. They do quote-unquote deals. They don't do any of that because their prices are always great. They always have tons of stuff in stock right now. They offer a best price guarantee, so restrictions apply on that, but make sure you ask them about it. You can walk into any one of their locations, and you're going to find great items for your home in stock, whether you want one of those big sofas, whether you want brand new dining room furniture, mattresses, hot tubs, everything in between. Prices that can't get beat. Right now, 60-month special financing. Make sure you ask them about that, too. And they have a brand new location in North Canton. Brings them to a grand total of 4 all throughout Northeast Ohio. So there's one near you. West 140th in Cleveland, Eastside in Euclid, in Macedonia, and online, northeastfactorydirect.com.
At T-Mobile, we think about coverage differently. So we built a network powerful enough to bring high-speed 5G home internet to millions of
Garrett, Gavin, Rossdale, and Bush are back on the road for 2023. They're doing some dates with Jerry Cantrell. They're doing some dates with Candlebox. I'm not sure if they're bringing anyone with them. Might just be an evening with Bush. Who knows? But it goes down in a few weeks. Friday, February 10th, out at MGM Northfield Park. Go to Ticketmaster.com. All the info is going to be there. If you dig Bush, I got a couple of tickets for you here. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007.
Go out into the world without your phone. You ever do that? You ever leave your phone behind? By mistake, of course. You wouldn't do it intentionally. But just go out about the day without your phone? Oh, what a great day. Once you get past the crying and the dry heaving and tugging on strangers' pant legs, asking for help. Once you get through all of that, it's a magical day. You just walk around with your own thoughts, just thinking about stuff. Wow, this must be what Benjamin Franklin felt like. Could you imagine traveling without your phone? Could you imagine leaving tomorrow, going to the airport, getting on a plane and leaving for 3 days without your phone? Oh, terrifying idea. How'd you even get to the airport? That's a good question. How did you get to the airport? Is Uber responding to smoke signals now? And what happens once you're at the airport and they change your flight or they change your gate? How are you gonna know? You're not gonna know. You're just gonna wander the halls of the airport until you die. You're going to die at the airport on the floor outside of a Hudson News. That's filled with things that could save you if only you had Apple Pay.
There's Tom Papa. The new album is called, is called What a Day, and he'll join us in a minute. It was like catching up with him. And he likes to bake bread. He's a baker. Dealing with yeast on a regular basis.
Aren't we all? This Sunday, January 15th, I'm headlining Hilarities.
Yeah, there it is.
Down on East 4th Street.
Aren't we all? Just to clarify, when Mary was talking about her cat earlier, I believe she did say that her cat had pee in her blood.
She does have pee in her blood.
Clearly meant that she had blood in her pee. She's
No,
concerned
I spoke
about her
correctly.
animal. And so you amateur Clinton Sexton there, but he's out with a little hammy injury. I think they're down 3 or 4 players over there on the Jazz. So Cavs Jazz tonight should be a good game, 9 o'clock. Here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Remember, you can use the promo code ANEW for 20% off. If you go to the CLE Clothing Company, want to get some stuff there? They're always dropping new items. If you don't follow them on social media, you should, because it'll always keep you at the forefront. I will always repost them with the promo code for you. So if you don't know what it is and you follow me, you'll see it there. But ANEW is your code for January to get 20% off.
You're going to go to the team outing?
I am. I'm going to 2 Cavs games in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, because you're going to the Bulls one. The 31st we're going. And they sprung for Loudville tickets this year.
Oh, God. I hate Loudville.
Why? That's where you can get loud and not worry about anybody turning around and giving you a tisk tisk.
I'm in Loudville.
Is this a +1 event or is
Nope.
this just a company event?
It's a bonding company event, Mary. That means you watch the first quarter and then go out to the bar for the rest of the game. Or is that just me? Heat Cavaliers on January 31st is the iHeart Cleveland annual Cavaliers game outing.
I got a plug in Loudville, so I'm good with that.
You got what?
A plug in Loudville that'll help out with some drinks. So
A plug?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
A hookup.
Oh. Yeah, I'm going on the 31st.
He's
for
old.
the
He doesn't know these young terms.
plug.
I should probably go, huh?
I didn't know you were plugging anybody in Loudville.
I don't like basketball.
Then don't go.
Then go. Yeah.
Nobody's asking you to go.
They're literally asking us to go.
He asked me if I was going. I said yes. You don't have to go.
I'll respond.
It's on a Tuesday night. I'm going on the 31st, and then we're going again on the 11th. Taking
You know
my
what
daughter.
we're going to do next Wednesday? Oh, you don't care. You don't care.
The
it doesn't
Disney
matter.
thing?
No.
What are you doing?
Going to see Beetlejuice at Playhouse Square.
Beetlejuice live or the
Yeah.
movie?
No, Beetlejuice live, like Beetlejuice the musical.
Musical?
Without Michael Keaton?
Without Michael Keaton.
Without Alec Baldwin?
That I don't know.
Without Gina Davis?
She might be there.
Without Lil Noni Ryder?
I don't know.
No thanks.
And it's a musical. So we'll see what happens.
A Nadoy.
I'm excited.
Beetlejuice Live? Who's playing Beetlejuice?
I don't know, some actor.
Yeah, I know. Somebody you never heard of.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice
Could you
Live.
name any Broadway I couldn't name a single Broadway actor.
Lin-Manuel Miranda.
There it is.
Jean Regé Page.
Those are baseball players.
Nope. Lamar Odom. Patty Lupone. Beetlejuice, the musical. I mean, it would be fun to be in that. It would be fun to be a performer, part of that touring company. Going to see it, though.
But
Listen,
I like the movie.
I love the movie.
I don't think they're going to mess it up too bad, right?
Well, better you than me. So you're going next Wednesday.
Yeah, Brian's parents got me a Playhouse Square gift card for Christmas.
Oh.
So we used it to go see Beetlejuice.
That's nice.
It's the day before.
You didn't want to do Hamilton?
No. It's the day before I leave to go to California for 10 days. So it's going to be like a little date night.
Are you going to be back in time to go to that Cavs game?
Yeah, I get back the 29th.
Okay.
I bet my in-laws are going to see this because they have like season tickets at the Detroit Opera House or something, and that's where they are the night after Cleveland. I bet my father-in-law is going to see Beetlejuice live.
I've only seen a handful of musicals, and I've enjoyed all of them. So I'm
I like
excited
musicals.
to see
I
this
saw
one,
Pretty
too.
Woman last year.
Oh, no thanks.
Really enjoyed it.
You don't like them?
No.
I've seen Wicked.
I could
I've
count
seen
on
Newsies.
Wicked I liked a lot. My older daughter performed in Newsies. That's the only time I've ever seen it.
We saw the Mean Girls one, me and you and Cody.
Yeah, that was fun. I like
Phantom
that
of
one.
the Opera and Wicked are the only two I can think of that I like.
Book of Mormon.
Book of Mormon was good, but that was...
So that's
It's
three.
a musical.
That's not that many.
3.
Like, okay.
It's a
That's a
musical.
good number.
But like
And
we
it's funny.
we turned off Spirited when I found out it was a musical.
Really enjoyed Spirited. Did you watch that?
I liked Rent. No, I don't know what Spirited is.
It was Ryan Reynolds and Will Ferrell Christmas movie.
Oh, that's cute.
It was good.
I haven't seen that.
I don't mind if there's a few songs. If everything is sung, I'm out.
But it wasn't.
Literally a musical. There's going to be acting.
There's going to be acting, but in Spirited there was like 6 songs.
Yeah, I don't think it's much more than that usually.
All I
10?
know, there were already 2 or 3 in the first 40 minutes of Spirited. I was like, I'm out.
Yeah, then it goes for a while without them. Maybe there's 7, but there was. I mean, you missed the best song.
I bet I didn't.
The Good Day, Sir.
I bet I didn't. I don't feel like I missed anything.
The Good Afternoon. That's what it is. Good Afternoon.
All right.
Best song.
You don't even know the name of the best song.
Yeah, I didn't.
How you
commit
going to
to
sell me
memory.
on this?
It's Good Afternoon. Basically telling someone to go F themselves. An old timey speak.
Oh, how nice.
Might be your timey speak.
Who's timey speak?
The oldest person here.
What? That's me. I don't speak oldie timey. I don't even know what that is anymore. Old time language, by the way, is like 35 years old, right? Oldie timey. Lin-Manuel Noriega. Now you're just confusing people. Let me give you some money here, and then let me talk to Tom Papa. I think I'm going to talk to Tom Papa. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at WMMS.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Am I talking to Tom Papa?
I hope so.
Oh, I never
I really
know.
hope so.
I never know who I'm going to get. He might be, I don't know, you might be testing out a new character. Well, I don't know. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Guess what I found yesterday? Online,
Yeah.
episode 1 of Come to Papa.
No.
Yes.
Jeez.
I
the
bet-
TV show?
Yes, with Steve Carell, a relatively unknown Steve Carell.
Yeah, I almost ruined Steve Carell's career.
Yes, you did.
Hey, Tom, I still think you can.
There's still time to do it.
Thank you.
So, Come to Papa was an NBC For people who are like,
Yep.
why has Tom Papa never done a sitcom? He did. This is almost 20 years old. And it was an
Jesus.
NBC sitcom where he was a writer for a newspaper. This tells you how old the show is. A main character was the writer for a newspaper. And Steve Carell was your boss. This was like right before Bruce Almighty. Anchorman hadn't even come out yet. So he was going to be white hot in about a year. And he's
Yeah.
your boss. Now, you will only hear this, but I'm going to play this for the people watching the show on the live stream
Okay.
here. This is the first scene here from Come to Papa from 2004 with Tom Papa and Steve Carell.
Tom, I need you to do a piece about the guy who keeps all those pigeons on his roof.
No can do. What else you got?
Did I not just give you a direct order, Papa?
Rather not be around pigeons, that's all. Let me do the piece on the guy who owns all those tire stores. Crazy Benny. Love that guy.
Why don't you want to do pigeons? You don't like them? Because they're smarter than you are? They're birds and they're smarter than you? That's classic.
There you go. Steve
Oh,
Carell,
my God.
Tom. I bet you probably forgot about that show.
Kind of.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, I have forgotten about little things about it. But I do remember, of course, that story when I got this sitcom, and it was all systems go. The guy loved it. The head of the network loved it. Jeff Zucker at the time, and then he quit. And a new guy came in and did not like the show. And he, because it wasn't his. It was a new show, and it wasn't his show. And he, in order to keep it alive, they said, "Well, you take this guy Steve Carell. We love him. We have a deal with him. Can you put him in the show?" And I wasn't a newspaper guy originally. I was just a comedy writer. It was a different show. And they're like, "We want him to be in an office. We want him to be the boss." And we were like, "Well, this guy's they're not putting us on the air unless we do this. So let's do it." And Steve Carell's great. It can't hurt if you're making a comedy and put Steve Carell in your show. But what we didn't realize was they were just trying him out for The Office. The Office casting was going on at the same time.
That's so wild.
And they basically tried him out, liked him as the boss, and put him in The Office.
That's crazy.
And my show went away.
Because you know who else they were
But
trying.
did The Office catch on?
I don't know. I never heard what happened to that one.
But you know who else was trying out for The Office at the same time was Gaffigan.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
They had 2 or 3 other guys.
And here's another thing. The guy that I wanted to play my best friend, who I begged the network to let me use him, and I brought him into audition a couple times, and they just weren't into him. And they said, "No, he can't be your best friend," was Rainn Wilson.
Really?
Oh, my God.
Dwight.
Yeah, that's wild.
Dwight.
Yeah, because Rainn had already kind of, even before The Office, like, people kind of knew him because he had done 6 Feet Under. And that might have been after you, though. But, I mean, he was kind of doing things before The Office.
Yeah, he had just done House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah.
Which was the Rob Zombie movie, and a friend of mine was in it. And this was even before I knew Rob. I was just becoming friends with Rob, and that's how I got turned on to Rainn. And he was virtually unknown, but so quirky and great. I was like, he should play my friend. And the network was like, "Nah, we're not really into that guy."
I mean,
and then a year later, he's Dwight.
Any comic who gets a sitcom will invariably say, "Well, it sucks it didn't work out, but I can always go back out on the road." But that story of yours for Come to Papa is such a weird confluence of, like, just the studio coming in and different things happening that are entirely out of your control. Because I think they literally only aired like 4 or 5 episodes of your show. And then...
Yeah, in the summer.
Yeah.
Just burned it off.
It's wild, though.
But it was the great lesson for me as a stand-up was, like, I didn't even think it was going to get that far. Like, they saw me on Conan. And this is a weird thing, too. They saw me on Conan on this crazy night where I did Conan. We were going to take off from stand-up because my wife was pregnant, and we had 2 weeks before the baby. So I do Conan. Jerry Seinfeld and his wife pick us up after the show. We go see Bill Cosby at Carnegie Hall. We laugh for like 2 straight hours, and we're like, this is the greatest comedy night. And now we get to be on break. And we went home, and after laughing for 2 hours, my wife's water broke, and my daughter was born.
Yep.
And off of that set, they come and say, do you have a sitcom in you? And I say, yeah, come to Papa, and the whole thing happens. So it's like this weird, like intersection of all these comedy elements and all these comedy stuff. And then once the show was canceled, I was like, well, I didn't expect, this is all crazy. I was just doing sets in New York, and now I'm making a show. And I like every time we got further down the road, I was like, this is a blessing. I can't believe we're even talking about being on the air. And then when it was over, of course I was disappointed, but like a month later, I drove onto the same NBC lot and walked through the doors and did the Tonight Show, did stand up on the Tonight Show. And I realized, okay, this is why being a comedian is the best gig in show business, because if I was an actor and they canceled me, you'd never see me again. And here I was going on to Jay Leno's Tonight Show and doing a spot at the same place where they had canceled me. And I realized I have some control over my destiny here.
Yeah. No harm done. You're walking back to like, hey, good to see you again. What's up? We kept your parking spot for you and the whole bit.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of took the sting out a little bit, because it was like, all right, I can still trick them into my bad jokes.
The new Tom Papa Hour is on Netflix. It's called What a Day. When did this drop? Like Halloween or Thanksgiving? Or it's been up there for a couple months, yeah?
No, it just came out right before the holidays.
Oh, it did?
December 15th or something. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Just came out.
And people are digging it.
Yeah, people really like it. It's and I was running around doing press, and I was like, and they had me do this radio tour, and I was like, wait a minute. One of my favorite radio shows is not on this list because it was all in the morning. And that's why I texted you yesterday. I was like, I can't be out promoting my special without talking to you in Cleveland. What the hell?
Yeah.
This is all wrong.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of times those, they just want to talk to morning shows because there aren't a lot of afternoon talk shows. So they're like, yeah, we just want to talk to the morning shows. But
yeah, and they don't realize that.
Is it weird? Is it weird to kind of be? And you've had a relationship with Netflix for a minute now, so it's probably not that weird. But you know, you hear people who are kind of brand new to it talking about just the idiosyncrasies of essentially the algorithm.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, it came out December 13th or 15th, whatever. And of course you want to see how it's doing. So you go onto Netflix, and I see like, oh, I'm the featured show.
Yep.
And then I'm trending. And I really annoyed my family through the whole holidays, being like, let's see if I'm still popular now. Let's see if I'm trending now. And then when it would fade after I watch it, then I'd go onto my daughter's account and check her thing out. Okay, I'm popular. I'm not popular on mine. The algorithm's done with me now. But now on yours, I'm still popular. So why haven't you watched it?
Yeah, because in your house at Casa Papa, it's just the kids and your wife. They're not throwing a ticker tape parade for you. So you got to get you got to figure out how well you're doing with everyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Your kids are like, why aren't you doing the Wednesday dance?
Just messing up my whole outlook. I'm messing up their algorithm. They're like watching Wednesday and they're watching all this other stuff, and then this dude telling jokes about his dog.
Yeah. Wednesday's not paying the bills, kids.
Yeah. It was pretty cool timing to be, and the big part, I had a billboard in Times Square.
Nice.
Just in time for my family to come to New York when we were visiting family and stuff for the holidays. So that was fun, making my kids go all the way to Times Square to look at the dad that annoys them on the side of a building.
Well, and isn't it weird too? Like if you have, it is strange where you know how you came up and you know how exciting those things can be, but your kids only have a connection to it through you, and you're their dad. So in the grand scheme of things, nobody's dad is on a billboard, but to them, they're just a couple of kids, and they're like, oh, cool, let's take a photo, and then let's go over to the Lego store or whatever, you know.
Yeah, my kids they're 17 and 20 now.
Yeah. Oh.
So they're pretty savvy. So they know how to really abuse me and be like, well, I don't know. So-and-so has more followers. You say you're doing good, but
I'm doing a theater tour. I'm doing good.
They're trolling you the whole time. Oh, no.
The whole time.
Yeah, but Taylor Tomlinson's in arenas.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the early part of Instagram, my daughter was really pointing out heavily that I didn't have a blue check mark next to my name.
Oh, yeah.
She was like, I don't know. My teacher has a blue check mark. I don't know what's your problem.
I've told the story of when my son is 22, but when he graduated high school, I've told the story here about when we had a graduation party for him, and all of his friends would come up to me in various groups, and I knew some of these people because these were the kids he grew up with, but they all kind of had this weird look on their face, and this group of girls come up to me and they go, "Are you Jude's dad?" And I go, "Yeah," and they just had this look and they go, "Is it true that you're Instagram verified?" And I go, "Yes." And then they all kind of tittered and walked away, and I was like, that's the strangest interaction I've ever had in my life.
It's so funny.
Very weird.
My daughter is always like, all of a sudden we'll be out at dinner or whatever, or just getting something, and she'll like lock up, like with her eyes real big and like self-conscious and like look away. And you see like this kid like walk by and it's like, no, he has 20 million followers on YouTube. This is such a weird world that we live in that you have to actually tell somebody that someone else is famous.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yep,
like,
it's very
he's
strange.
got 20 million people. My daughter's like passing out in the supermarket. I have no clue who he is.
People we've never heard of are like teenage millionaires 10 times over.
Yeah, it's so bizarre. That's why, and I try and put her in the videos just to get some street cred with them, but I think that ship has sailed.
Yeah. Well, you tried. Tom Papa's
I
new hour on Netflix is called What a Day. And if you haven't seen it yet, don't let the algorithm do all the work for you. Just go and watch it and you'll have fun. And then you'll. Well, I'm glad that I'm glad I got to talk to you before the whole radio tour ended.
Yes, thank you very much. And it's always good talking to you. I haven't. This is the first time that I didn't roll through Cleveland at the end of the year.
Yeah.
It was very unusual. I was having pangs for your good town.
Don't think we didn't notice. We noticed.
We noticed.
We felt the snub.
Yeah, it was a ritual. I mean, like the last 10 years.
The last 10 years has been, if it's November, Tom Papa's at Hilarities.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right. Usually on my birthday, and then Nick brings out a cake. It makes it real awkward at the end.
And you feel like a famous YouTuber for a second.
Is that what it feels like?
Yes, it's a good feeling. It's all the accolades and the whole bit. Well, listen, man, congrats on the new hour, and don't be a stranger. And whenever you're coming back here, we'll see you in here, okay?
You're the best. Great talking to you guys.
All right, pal, take care. There is Tom Papa on Netflix. The new album is called What a Day, and you can watch it anytime you like and engulf yourself in a good time. I got a break. You want to text 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
This was basically Randy Newman with the Eagles backing him on the song Short People from a long time ago, 1970, late 70s. There's Glenn Fry singing. J.D. Souther was on it, Timothy B. Schmidt. Keltner was playing the drums. There's this woman who wrote this big article complaining that it's time to stop celebrating people just because they're tall. Now, I think it's probably because she's short.
It's called the NBA.
So, she did a deep dive, apparently. This is in the New York Times. Mara Altman is the woman's name. And she's 5 feet even. And she said she couldn't be happier about it. Which, I mean, said short is better and short is the future. Being tall had its advantages a long time ago when your survival depended on brute strength. But she said it's time to stop lionizing people just because they're tall. I mean, it's something, tall or short, it's something you have no control over. Like, I'm not tall. I'm 5'11". I'm shy of 6 feet. And my mom and I mean, both my middle brothers are way taller than I am. My mom's 5'8", which is tall-ish for a woman. And then my sister is about that, too. But I'm easily the shortest guy in my family. They say short people live longer, and they require, this is what I like, they require fewer resources in a world where that's becoming a valuable trait. Hey, short people aren't going to eat so much. They're not going to need so much to get along in this new dystopia that we've created for ourselves. Said being tall just makes you a bigger target. So when the water wars start, you're going to have to pretend you have to crouch down.
Yeah, but if, the water's getting shallower, I think that evens it all out.
She said the American belief that more is always better is an illusion. I mean, we know that, but she said, the only thing I can't do as a short person is grab things off of high shelves.
That's a big deal.
Mm-hmm. So she did a whole big thing. The article is called, There's Never Been a Better Time to Be Short. I was somewhere the other day. It might have been a Target or it was a grocery store or, a big retail thing. And one of the guys working there walks past me, just crosses my path perpendicular. And this guy's probably 4'1". And all I could think was, and he's got the uniform of whatever place it was on. And I was like, God, that must just suck. Just suck to be that short.
Why?
Because everybody automatically assumes 100 things about you.
I guess.
They assume you can't get a girlfriend, or they assume you can't get a boyfriend, or, because obviously that's an extreme example. When you're that short, that is short, especially for a guy, because there are still those, biological imperatives that are deep, deep in our reptilian brains where no woman wants to look down at her man. And so it's, you talked about this where there's you can set your dating app. Women don't want to date guys that are shorter than them or short in general, or I'm focusing on the dudes because I think it's obviously probably more difficult for a short guy. And that's a really short guy. You're shopping for clothes in the boys department. Just everything that goes with it. Huh?
It's cheaper.
And that's what you tell yourself that that's a good thing. And I guess, okay. Yeah. But you'd rather be 6'1" and paying more money for your clothes.
I wish I like being the height that I am, but.
What are you, 6'1"?
Yeah. And if I was, wearing a child-sized shoe, boy, that would really change things for me.
Well, there you go.
I'd fall over a lot more, but my shoes would be cheaper.
I'd like to be
with the size 13.
I'd like to be 6 feet, 6'1", but I'm not. Now, again, that doesn't make me short. So for these guys that are walking around that are really short, because they're either quiet or they're angry or they're both. And again, no disrespect if you're a guy who's really, really short. I'm just kind of fixated on when I saw that guy the other day because it really kind of took me by surprise because I hadn't seen another person working in this store. So the first one I saw was like 4 feet tall. Alan, I'm 6'6", and what I get is, wow, you're really tall from people, and I just say thank you.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good day every day.
I'm
Well,
5.
I
Go
just-
ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, I just find it weird that, like, a 6'6" guy, someone who is that high, and they always have like a girl that's
What?
What?
You mean that tall?
That tall. Sorry.
That high?
Someone who is that high in the sky. Someone who's that tall, and they have like, how do they have normal sex? And I know that's a very weird question, but I just feel like it's very awkward because if I have someone bigger than me or slightly taller, I'm not a tall guy, and it's awkward for me. So I can't imagine the bending and flexibility you have to have when you're that tall, and everyone you date is going to be shorter than you.
But there's
You
women
make
who are
do.
6'1" or 6'2".
And I've done that too.
I mean, and also there's a foot difference between me and my boyfriend. I'm 5'2", he's 6'1". There's 11 inches
You just got to
difference.
stack the pillows.
But I'm saying, so if a guy who's 6'6" dates a woman who's 5'8", that's less of a difference than me and my boyfriend.
It's all how you move their knees. Like if I mean,
You got a
honestly,
spinner.
Yeah, if she's short, you get all the way up on the knees. If she's a little bit taller, you spread the knees out a little bit.
You figure
Or if
out
you
how
do
to
a
do
doggy
it.
style.
It's all,
Yeah.
you figure out how to do it. It's fine.
And then, like,
You-
yeah, if I'm on top, that doesn't really matter. And then if she's on top, that doesn't matter. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I've had a couple guys that I've had it both ways. I've been a lot taller than a guy that I've been with, and I've been a lot shorter than the guy that I've been with. And it's, I don't know, just figuring out your angles and what works for you, and it's very.
Well, your angles are a little bit different.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying. But I imagine it wouldn't be too different from women.
Alan, plus when you're short, a crowded elevator smells different to you.
That's probably true.
I got it. A female friend of mine was going on a date with a guy she just met. She asked me to go along just in case. He was 4'11", and I am 6'6". He was not happy.
Oh, she was 6'6". That's
No, it sounds like this is a guy.
Oh.
And she wanted him to third wheel it. You know what I mean? As insurance.
Yeah, got it.
Alan, your mother is an Amazon woman. She'll find a boyfriend in no time. You son of a bitch.
5'8's pretty tall.
How dare you come at me like that? How dare you?
I always wish I was a little bit taller.
A baller?
Anything else?
Shot caller.
Anything else? But if you had a girl, you wouldn't call her.
Oh, you call her to dish.
Oh, that's true.
Spill that tea.
Alan, if being tall was only advantageous in our past, then why have humans gotten taller throughout history? Well, I don't know. I'm not an anthropologist. We haven't gotten taller because of evolution, was my point. We haven't evolved to be taller. We got taller because we have food. We have reliable, well, we do. We have like regular access to food. We don't have to, we're not chasing down tigers for food anymore, you know?
You don't have to be as nimble.
Yeah, people have better diets by and large. And so evolution hasn't really made us taller. But you look at countries over decades and centuries that went from really poor to then developed nations, and they got taller because they just had more nutrients behind them. I don't know if we're still getting taller, but whatever. Alan, I'm 5'2". I'm a guy. The small percentage of girls I'm taller than still like tall guys.
I've had men complain to me about this because I've gone on dates with guys who are like 5'8", and that is short to me. And everyone has preferences, and I've had guys get very upset with me when I've commented on 5'8" being short for a guy.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're 5'2", that's still 6 inches tall, blah, blah, blah. I said, I understand.
Different
I
for a
fully
guy.
understand.
It's
Worldwide
different
average.
for a guy.
I know. Please don't get mad at me because you're 5'8", and I just happen to prefer taller guys. It's nothing against you for being short. It's just that I've dated plenty of guys who are
They
short.
were putting Tom Cruise on an apple box.
Right.
On the red carpet next to these chicks. So their heads would line up.
Yeah.
Married Nicole Kidman, for God's sake.
Yeah, she's like 6 foot tall, right?
Something like that.
I went on 2 dates with a guy a couple summers ago.
What about that one really short guy?
Shut up.
Who was that?
Nothing. We're not even going to talk about it. I went on 2 dates with this
No,
guy.
we're literally talking
We're
about
not.
short guys.
And his Hinge profile said he was 5'10". So we went to go get ice cream. So I wore like these cute little summery jeans and a top and some wedges. So me in wedges, I'm 5'2". These wedges are not more than 3 or 4 inches. So I'm maxed out at maybe 5'6", okay, in these wedges.
I heard 3 or 4 inches is a lot.
But that's what I'm saying is, oh God, for shoes, yeah, 3 or 4 inches is plenty. He and I were exactly the same height when I was in these wedges.
Oh,
and
so
I was like, you lied. Like, if you're going to lie about something as stupid as your height, you're not 5'10". You are not 5'10".
Right,
they know what they're up against.
You wear some Timberlands or something so you get a little jump.
That's what aggravates me is when guys will lie about being taller. It's such a stupid thing to lie about.
It's
that
also
I'm like,
something
what's the
that-
point?
Clearly not, because
No, but it's
girls will
also-
not go on dates with him because of it.
But it's
But
also
I'm not going to go on a second date with you because you're a liar.
But it's also something that you can immediately debunk when you meet them in person.
When I have on 3-inch heels and we're the same height, you're very clearly not 5'10".
I'm tired of not getting dates, so I lied. All right, well, I'm going to spend the next hour with you, and then you'll never see me again. So you got a little bit further.
On our second date, I made a joke about how if we started hanging out more, I'd have to buy more flats. And he didn't like that. He didn't think that was as funny as I thought it was.
That wasn't the one for you.
Well, it's I would be very defensive about that if I were a short
Well,
guy.
on that same second date, he quoted Joe Rogan as the reason why he doesn't wear a mask.
Another
So
short guy.
It's just one of those things where I'm like,
Another
this-
short guy.
It was never going to work out.
That guy checks 2 boxes.
What's wrong with Joe Rogan?
He's very short.
Putz. Alan, 86% of women on online dating are filtering out average height men. It's ridiculous and detached from reality that women. You're right. But what I'm saying is no one's out there looking to do math in the dating world. People don't like doing math in regular everyday life. So the one place you're expected to be shallow is on a dating app. You can literally put the slider on things you don't like. So then people are complaining they never get swiped on or whatever. That's a whole other thing. But no one's on a dating app going, well, I should be fair to the guys of average height.
Right.
After all, nobody's doing that. So the difference would be, yes, that's reality, average height. Tall women for me, that was the one thing that I couldn't get my head around. I dated a handful of tall girls, but I felt there was something emasculating about it.
You're
I didn't
probably
mind
not alone
it.
in that.
I didn't mind it. I mean, they weren't 6'6", but I dated a couple real tall girls in college, and they were great. It just didn't last long because it was just, I don't know.
Now, would you say that is because you were younger and more insecure? Like you weren't as confident in who you were as a person, so maybe that's why you didn't feel as comfortable, or do you think you would still feel that way?
College is probably the least insecure I've ever been in my life.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You were your most confident in college?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's the opposite for me. I had a lot of false confidence when I was younger through drinking or like...
Well, there's social confidence, and then as you get older, you get professional confidence, and that just fills in whatever gaps you need.
Yeah.
But I went from a high school where nobody was paying attention to me to college where all kinds of people were paying attention to me. So
you had a bigger ego. But
whatever
does that
that-
necessarily translate to
No,
more
no, I didn't-
confidence?
I didn't have a big-
translate to getting your nipples pierced.
I didn't have a bigger ego. It wasn't an ego thing.
Okay.
It became I wasn't swimming against the current as much as I had been before. So anyway, and you're just high school to college. It's just a much bigger pool,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So, but yeah, tall girls, after a while, I was like, I don't think this is gonna.
It's not
There's
for me.
something, yeah, and it's an awful thing because it feels shallow and silly and whatever.
Well, it is shallow and silly.
Yeah.
I think as long as you know, like I know that wanting to date tall guys is shallow. Is it shallow though? Is it?
Yes.
It's a preference.
Well, I mean,
is it any more
what
shallow
you're
than like being
attracted to-
blonde or brunette?
Yeah, those are shallow things.
Yeah.
Shallow?
I mean, shallow doesn't have to be just cosmetic preferences. Shallow doesn't have to be
It has
inherently.
such a negative connotation.
It's not an evil thing. It's like, yeah, I like
But I mean,
this. I
you're
don't like
attracted
this.
to who you're attracted to, and but I think there's a lot of times when people, if they give someone a chance, to go, oh, I actually am really attracted to this person too.
Well,
if they give them a chance.
I told my boyfriend on our first date that he wasn't my type. He's 6'1", okay, and he's skinny. He's like
Yeah,
175
he's not a fat
pounds.
ginger.
Oh my God. But typically I would date a little bit shorter, stockier dudes. 5'10", 5'11", with some meat on them is usually what I'll go for. Dark hair is usually my type. And
You
so,
like fat gingers.
No, not ginger, dark hair.
She likes fat brunettes.
Okay. When we went on our first date, I straight up was like, I've never been out with someone who looks like you. You are so against
Why
the
would
type
you
of
say that?
Well, he said
There's
the
no
exact
way-
same question.
But why
He
would
goes,
either of you
Said the
say
same
that?
question?
Well, he had this.
That's a statement.
No, he had the
No,
same
what
question
I-
Alan had, where
Yeah.
he's like, "Why? I'm
Oh.
here. I can hear you.
Yes.
I paid for your tacos.
My ears work.
Right.
That's not coming across the way you think it's coming across.
I meant it as like a compliment.
I
Like I'm
know.
having fun with you, and I wouldn't normally have gone out with you.
Because
which I
there's
know
a-
sounds so stupid.
Because there's an unspoken despite in there.
kind of, yeah.
I
mean, we're living together now. You know,
I can't
so
believe I'm having such a good time when I don't ever like people that have your face
oh my god, who knew skinny guys
And
were
body
cool?
and
What
tall.
about that?
and everything.
You're
I got a
blonde.
break here. If you want to get on my Polar Blast team, we announced yesterday, February 3rd, we're bringing back the Polar Blast Battle out of Boston Mills Brandywine, putting people on my team, the Coxsicles, this week. So if you want to get on, we'll do it after this break. And then I'll have another $1,000 for you to go fund yourself. Next keyword for that coming up at 5:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Don't miss.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023.
Presented by Capital One.
Alter Ego, are you ready?
This Saturday.
Starring
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Suck my kiss.
Can't stop addicted to the shindig.
Fallout Boy.
Jack White.
What's the trick? Muse.
Phoenix. Churches.
Beach weather.
And Rosalind.
Through the magic of technology, you can tune in and hear and watch the biggest, bestest single night of rock and alternative music on the planet.
Watch on VEEPS.com or download the Veeps app.
And listen right here this Saturday at 10 p.m.
And to all those lucky listeners who will be at the LA Forum experiencing Alter Ego,
Make sure to keep that ego in check.
you bunch of lucky alterno freaks.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers.
What's in your wallet?
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, mostly cloudy, a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. Thursday, showers and thunderstorms, high in the low 50s.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
Dell Technologies provides growing businesses with tools to do incredible things because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
The wait is over. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, is officially live in Ohio. Now you can legally bet on all your favorite sports anytime and anywhere right here in Ohio with DraftKings. For a limited time, new customers who sign up with promo code BUZZARD will receive $200 in bonus bets instantly. DraftKings has the best features, including same-game parlays, player props, and more, with fast and easy payouts right at your fingertips. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. New customers can use promo code BUZZARD to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place a $5 bet on anything. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code BUZZARD. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and older. Physically present in Ohio. Valid one offer per first-time depositors who have not already redeemed $200 in free bets via pre-launch offer. Minimum $5 deposit and wager. $200 issued as bonus bets. Eligibility restrictions apply. See dkng.co/OH for terms.
Yeah, if you're looking for a new ride in the new year, Spitzer Auto World has an amazing deal right now. Yeah, it's Steve Waz here from GAR. Go payment free in 23. Out at Spitzer Auto World, they're now offering no payments for 90 days plus 0 down. You'll also enjoy Panda protection with the Spitzer Shield, featuring unlimited time and unlimited miles with Spitzer's lifetime powertrain warranty and so much more. So drive into the new year payment free for 3 full months at Spitzer Auto World. Go to spitzer.com to find a location near you.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in Cleveland, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/Cleveland. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
0 down, no payments for 90 days, and a $500 trade-in bonus. It's going on now at your Mazda destination, the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaKent.com. Every new Mazda, absolutely 0 down, with no payments for 90 days. Plus, just announced, you get a trade-in bonus, an extra $500 at Mazda of Kent. Come test drive the
on the app, and it's always 100% free. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to the music, radio, and podcasts you love. Download it for free in the App Store.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, we've announced the 2023 Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle. After a 2-year hiatus, we return to Boston Mills Brandywine, presented by Circle K and Pepsi. It's going to go down Friday, February the 3rd. Your only mission, should you choose to accept it, get on one of our teams. Doing my team this week, the Coxsicles. We'll do Mary's next week, Snow Babies. Bill's team, Big Bill's Bottom Boys. And you can register to be on Poundcake's team at WMMS.com. So get there and do that. If you want to join me on the Coxsicles, with only victory in mind, be caller 10, and we'll put you down. Okay, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
They're planning to use to crumble the morals of America is this rotten, filthy, dirty, lewd, lascivious junk.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for you in about 5 minutes, 5:30. Listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself. And then I'll have one last one for you at 6:30. I don't know if there's one coming at 7:30 or not. A later Cavs game tonight. They're in Salt Lake City to play the Jazz. That's a 9 o'clock tip-off. So 8:30 is when the pregame Cavs live coverage will begin here tonight on MMS. Hey, Kaylee.
Hi, Alan.
Hey, what's up?
Well, it won't be too long because I know you're all moving on, but per the end of your last segment, when you guys were talking about guys that lie about their height, I feel like whether it's on a dating site or social media, I just think that short dudes are the equivalent to small boobs.
Yeah, but you can increase your cup size.
You can fabricate it, but
you can
in
enhance.
person, it's impossible to replicate it.
Because once you get in the bedroom, you'll find out.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So short dudes equals small boobs.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I mean, but you can literally, I mean, if you want to spend the money, you can physically augment your cans. You know, you read all
they
these.
have those knee implants, don't they?
Yeah, well, you read these articles about these dudes that are having their legs broken, paying $150 grand so they can get extra 2.5 inches on the. I mean, holy cow! I guess I take your point. Yeah, are you? I've never looked closely enough, Kaylee. Are you speaking as a small boobed girl?
Absolutely, itty bitty titty committee right here.
Yeah, because you're a thin girl. You're petite. Yeah.
Yes, that's a good word for it.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, thank you, Kaylee.
All right, love you guys.
All right, love you too. There's Kaylee out in Medina. Short guys, drawing an analogy there, short guys and girls with tiny boobs. Yeah, but some guys are into small boobs.
Just like some girls are into short
But
guys.
are they? Mm-hmm. Are there girls
are
into
like,
short guys?
King, my love, yada, yada. Like that's... I'm serious.
Yeah. Short king.
Short
It's a-
king
oh,
is
I
like a
love
whole
it.
thing, yeah.
Mrs. CeeLo Green. Okay. Short king. Yeah. All right. Well. Some people trying to make the distinction between being shallow and having preferences. I think it's a distinction without a difference.
Right.
I think the word shallow hits people the wrong way when there's nothing evil about being shallow. It's people who pretend they're not that have, and if you dig deep enough, ironically, you'll find we're all a little shallow.
Oh, the deeper you go, the more shallow you are.
Yes. And people are like, I like someone's intelligence. I don't care how they look. Like, that's all nonsense because the first thing you do is you see someone's face.
Brian, straight
You
up,
don't know how they are before you see their face.
like when I said to Brian on our first date, you're not my type or whatever, he has been very upfront with the fact where he is like, I am attractive. I date attractive people. Like, he's straight up. He has no problem saying it where he is like, there's a certain level of cuteness that I require from a girl, and that's why I was single for 2 years.
But he also he put you on notice. He's like, get too fat, you're out of here.
I know. What did I say the other day?
Yeah, but every guy has a certain level of cuteness that he'll.
I don't think they do.
Yes, they do.
No.
Not me.
But
It's
also
all about
cuteness
your
It's why
varies.
it's why women complain about ugly guys who are still picky.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody has what is cute to them,
To them.
as their level.
Right.
Right.
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
Because you'll see a couple of threes married, very happy, and they're like, I got the hottest guy on the planet right here.
Because they're both threes.
That's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance. What is it?
Cognitive
dissonance?
Yeah, that's the one.
All right.
You're just lying to yourself.
A lot of people go pretty far doing that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me give you this money. You have to wait too long after the break. A chance to go fund yourself $1,000 every single time you hear one of these. Some of the keywords are a little bit more on the nose than others, but it could get you some money, so good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword cash at WMMS.com. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
I got something to tell you, baby. Don't get mad this time. If you want my wiener, you give me ease all up in my mind. Baby, please want my wiener.
What? What is this?
Oh, want my wiener.
It's Warm My Wiener from 1935.
Won't you just want my wiener? Cause he really don't feel right cold. Now listen here, sweet baby. I ain't no lying man. If you want my wiener one time, you'll want to warm him again. Baby, please want my wiener.
I assume he's singing about a dachshund, right? Your pet.
Oh, want my wiener. Won't you just want my wiener? Cause he really don't feel right cold.
What, you don't know Bo Carter from the mid-30s? The guy who is also famous for the song Let Me Roll Your Lemon?
Oh, boy.
Banana in your fruit basket?
I had
Pin in your cushion? Your biscuits are big enough for me? My pencil won't write no more? Please warm my wiener? You don't know any of those songs?
I had a very Cody moment while we're talking about wieners and dachshunds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I knew how that word was spelled. Well,
It's a German word. Wiener or dachshund?
Dachshund. Because we were playing catchphrase at a family Christmas party, and I was trying to get everyone to say the word dachshund. And no,
But that's not spelling. That's a mispronunciation.
Dachshund.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was dachshund. I thought it was dachshund.
I see.
And that is what I have out loud called those dogs from the day I've ever
It's a
seen them.
German word. Nobody's, I mean, you know.
Because the other team,
Dachshund,
my
yeah.
cousin's husband was silent with like this smirk on his face as I'm trying to describe this word. And he goes, that's not what that word is. And I was like, no, I'm telling you, I'm describing it. And I finally, he goes, you meant dachshund. And then everyone was like, oh my God, that makes so much. I was like, that must be the first time I've ever seen that word. Because I didn't know what that D-O-X-E-N would be dachshund.
Well, it's Dachshund.
Dachshund.
Yeah.
Dachshund.
Hund is dog in German, and then, yeah.
Dachshund. Dachshund.
Dachshund.
Dachshund race.
Did you guys watch The Pale Blue Eye? Is that what your story was?
Oh my God, yes. So Brian,
And you hated it?
Here's my thing. Brian is a sleepy man because he works very hard, okay? I am not upset with him for being a sleepy man, but he chooses movies that he has an interest in. If it were up to me,
Because I wanted to watch that.
If it were up to me, the TV would never be on. I'm more of a reader, do a Sudoku, play a game on my phone before I go to bed. I just don't watch a lot of TV or movies, okay? But he always has a TV on. He goes, I heard this Pale Blue Eye. It's supposed to be good, blah, blah. It's like, he called it, even said, it's a figure it out. You like figure it out.
Christian Bale and a guy playing Edgar Allan Poe.
2 hours and 15 minutes,
Yeah.
which is entirely too long. He fell asleep about 40 minutes in. And then I was like, I don't want to finish this movie. Already 40 minutes in, it's not very good.
But he knows clearly that this is what he's going to do. He's going to fall asleep.
He knows from the second he lays down. If he sits upright, he'll make it through the whole movie. But I know he's given up, and he knows he's given up from when he lays down. We're both like, all right, throw in the towel.
But why doesn't he go to bed and you read a book?
He doesn't want to go to bed. He wants to be on the couch.
But he falls immediately asleep.
Immediately asleep.
Yeah,
As
okay.
soon as he lays down, he's out.
Okay.
Why don't you get to pick the movie?
because I would rather not watch anything.
Yeah, she didn't want to watch a movie.
I'd rather have the TV off. So he picks whatever movie he thinks is of the moment.
So when he
or
falls
whatever.
asleep, why don't you just turn it off?
Because now I'm 48 minutes invested in this movie.
But also, would it
But
be
who cares?
considered? Would he consider it rude for you to read a book as he's watching a movie?
No, I've done that before.
Yeah.
Where I'll put my headphones on, like noise canceling headphones, and
Yeah.
just read a book.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'm like 42 minutes into this movie, and I'm like, dude, there is an hour and a half left. Like, I don't want to watch the rest of this movie. And I'm like, you know what? I'll give it 30 more minutes. And if it doesn't pick up in the next half hour, I'm shutting it off. So then I get halfway into the movie, and I'm like, well, now there's only an hour left. Maybe it'll get good in the next hour. And it doesn't. It's got like a twist to it that's kind of like, oh, interesting. But
I was
it's
really
not
excited
worth-
for it, but I've heard too much back and forth
It's
on
not
it.
worth 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Because I like he does real good work with that
And
director. That's
Christian
Scott
Bale's
Cooper.
great. I
and-
mean, like,
yeah.
it's set up to be Edgar Allan Poe, and like it's a murder mystery. Like, there's great elements to it, and I think it should have been a lot better than it was.
Just doesn't pay off.
Yeah, and I think I get a little I don't know what the right word is. Not aggravated. Like I hold something against it.
You resent the movie.
I resent the movie a
Because
little
it's
bit
wasted your time.
because I didn't want to watch it in the first place, and now I've watched all 2 hours and 10 minutes of it.
It's
I
like
don't have it in my body to shut something off halfway through.
you
That's
want
so
to
dumb. Just turn it off.
I can't. I have to know how it ends, even if it's bad.
Just Google it.
No.
You want to tell
shut
Brian and the movie, I told you so.
Yes. Well, I even put that on my story because we follow the same procedure multiple times a week, okay? So, and every single time as I'm closing up the back room, turning off the lights, getting the living room ready, he'll be like, what happened? What happened to Edgar? And that's on my story. He's following me to the
Well,
bedroom.
I didn't go that far, but I was like, what happened to Edgar?
That's exactly what he's asking. What happened to Edgar, though? I'm like, you don't get to know. But then you know what he'll do to get back at me? Then he'll watch the same movie 3 nights in a row. I'm like, you know what? We have two living
Gets through
rooms.
it? Yeah.
We have 2 living rooms. I'll go in the front and read my book.
Well, because I have half the people texting me saying they turned it off in 30 minutes, and the other half saying, ignore Mary, it was very good.
It was not very good.
Okay.
Yeah, but
It has
anytime
a
you
couple
say
twists.
something's not very good, it's usually stuff that I like, so I think I'm going to watch it.
If you got 2 hours and 10 minutes,
That's one of those.
so much time.
That's one of those movies I would have to watch myself because Gwen really doesn't like slow
It's
movies,
slow.
and I will let a movie burn all the way through.
Well,
Like
and
that doesn't really bother me.
My thing is that I'm like, it's got to get good at some point, right?
Not necessarily.
They wouldn't have made it if it sucked the whole time.
There's a lot of movies that they made that suck.
And that's the thing is that I'm like,
Didn't you
dang,
guys realize this sucked the whole time when you were making it?
this went. There's so many loops where it could have been canceled and nobody did. It's not horrible. I would say like 6 out of 10, 6.5 out of 10. It's entertaining enough. It is very slow. And there's like 2 pretty good twists. But
Well, Shannon texted me that she appreciates, I'll call you a martyr for the cause, that she just learned how to pronounce dachshund because of you.
Oh, you're welcome.
So there you go.
There you go.
Doing some good things. Is anybody watching?
Dachshund. We got Dachshund here.
Dachshund.
See, nobody cares.
That sound.
Is anybody watching Tulsa King?
No.
Stallone?
No,
the mob guy?
My girlfriend wants to watch it because someone's in it.
Andrea Savage.
That's
It's a
who it is. She loves Andrea Savage.
She's so foxy, and it's a drama, so she's not joking around in it. But yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, I haven't watched that. We haven't really been watching.
We've been watching the
series.
Bernie Madoff documentary. Holy cow!
I've been watching. Most of what I've been watching has been a YouTube show about like old video games, and that's. I don't need darkness. I don't need murders and stuff like that right now. I
don't really care
like
about that either,
Light
but-
stuff, and even like crime and stuff like that. Like I don't know, something that it just makes me happy. So watching the story of Super Mario Brothers 3 makes me I'm thrilled watching this, learning about it.
Well, Paramount, which is where this Stallone show is, and it's getting mixed reviews, but Paramount has spent a ton of money on these prestige projects, like the 45th Yellowstone spinoff and all this crap. They get Harrison Ford and they pay him out the ass or whatever. And Stallone's Tulsa King and all that. So classic good news, bad news. Paramount was 2 weeks away from filming the Workaholics movie, and they scrapped it.
Oh.
So they're like, I hope we get to do it somewhere else. I loved Workaholics when that was a television show. But good news, bad news for people who dig it, they greenlit the Community movie.
I am very excited.
So that's going to start shooting this
Love
summer. Every couple of months, I go, all right, let's try to get into Community again. and there's just something there.
I think
I can't.
That's one of those shows you had to watch along the way because I felt that same way. Oh my God, what show? Oh, Curb Your Enthusiasm. When you guys, it's the most amazing show. It's the most amazing show, but that doesn't make it binge worthy. Like I can't watch 4 episodes of Curb.
No,
in a
because
row.
Curb, I love Curb.
It's the same thing.
But it is the same show for 20 years.
I kind of feel the same way about Community. That it's like the same kind of themes
Is
over
it?
and over again.
Really?
For me,
Community
at
is
least.
so different. Like they.
I have a hard time binging that show as well.
I mean that show goes into all sorts of different places and recreates.
Is the first season
characters.
just slow then?
I don't even think the first season.
Parks
if
and
you
Rec
don't,
took
like,
some time to get going.
Yeah, I mean,
Parks and Rec took like 3 seasons.
The first season of Community is not what the show stays being.
So maybe that's my problem.
It becomes a very different show than the first season.
You know what show I loved? I fell ass backwards into it. We were just looking for something random. Is Killing It? Are you watching Killing It? The Craig Robinson show where he traps
I didn't watch
snakes
that
on.
one.
Oh God, is that funny? Holy Christ, is that a funny
I love
show?
Craig Robinson though,
so good.
But like with Community, the first season they're kind of establishing things, but again, if you don't like those characters after the first season, then you're probably not going to love that show. But there's a lot of nuance to that show. There's a lot of callbacks. I love it. I loved it from the first episode though.
But you're right though. Some light, like Handmaid's Tale, or I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. But I've been watching these, this like a lot of, what is it called, like gaming history or something like that. And this guy just does these episodes on YouTube, and it's great. And he'll talk about. I've been mostly doing Nintendo stuff because that's the stuff that I'm most interested in. But they're really well done, and they're very informative, and I just enjoy the hell out of them talking about Super Mario World and everything that went into that, and they're like between 30 minutes and an hour long, and I'll sit there and watch them, and then my girlfriend be like, what is this? And she'll get wrapped up in it too. And then there's another one about, I don't know, a lot of YouTube stuff. I'm like a kid where I'm watching like the brilliance of Blink-182, and I'm like, I don't know about brilliance.
That's a short
but,
documentary.
Yeah, but it was interesting to kind of go through their career and all the different iterations and some of the evolution of the band and stuff like that. And I like stuff like that.
There's a documentary that's going to premiere on Netflix in a couple of weeks called Gunther's Millions. Have you seen the trailer for that?
No.
About the dog that has this rich old woman, like really rich, German heiress or something, who left all of her money to her German shepherd.
That's the plot of Aristocats.
And so it's about Aristocats.
It is.
Not the aristocrats.
No, the Disney show Aristocats. This super rich lady in Paris leaves all of her money to her cats. So the butler kills the tries to kill the cats.
Yeah, the documentary is about like the people who work for the dog and how they're like trying to steal money from
That's
what
literally
it looks wild.
Aristocats, dude.
I never saw Aristocats.
That's like one of Disney's earliest movies. Is exactly that plot. Yeah.
And that perked Poundcake up. He knows Aristocats.
Aristocats was one of my favorite Disney movies for a long time.
Actually, one of my least favorite. But I know that.
Well, I will let you two fight this out while I go to break. If you want to text for anything, 35192. You can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
This would have been the worst thing ever as a kid.
Pfizer and BioNTech.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text. If you'd like to watch the live stream, you can do it at alancoxshow.com. Thank you so much to Burker Snurplick, who's helping out back there in the video department. Appreciate it.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Oh, no. Don't want that.
Yeah, we know, lady.
Tell me something I already know. There's going to be you want to drop a tease for the new Poundcake podcast?
Yeah, it's going to be Logan Paul's piggish ways.
Elaborate.
So he had this pet pig, and it went viral on TikTok because he was taking pictures with it. But turns out, I didn't know this. I guess I don't have my hand on the pulse of culture like I thought I did. I didn't know Logan Paul just up and moved to Puerto Rico. He has like this huge compound in Puerto Rico, and he did not take the pig with him and left it at a farm. And the farm, I guess, did away with it, and it went viral that his pig is now, left and abandoned and had to be rescued. And so I'm doing an entire podcast on that, on who I think is full of it in this entire topic, because he's going on pretty much an apology tour saying, this isn't me, PETA's after him. But yeah.
Well, he's on a couple of apology tours.
He is? What's that?
Well, because he had some crypto nonsense he was into too, and trying to get people to
that. All of them are.
I know, but when the whole thing bottoms out, you got to go, "Oh, sorry, you kind of got to do this weird about face where you're trying to don't want to distance yourself too much from it, but still make it look like you were paying attention.
And as much as I would like to lay into the Paul brothers, I do have somewhat respect for them because they have talent and they have drive and they, made stars of themselves. That being said, I almost feel like I have to defend him because I watched a recent comedy show of Chelsea Handler, and she was talking about how if you rescue dogs in California, if you want to buy a dog, PETA will come after you because there's so many in rescue that they kind of expect.
You mean buy one from a store? Adopt, don't shop is what they want people to do.
Yeah,
right?
and you will get harassed. Like, I can't believe you would buy a dog. I can't believe you would do something like that when there's plenty of dogs that are in shelter that need to be rescued.
I think that's the case if you're a famous person like Chelsea Handler. If you go buy a dog or I go buy a dog, PETA's not going to care.
Okay, well.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and so I take, for Logan Paul, I do think he probably wanted the pig, and maybe Puerto Rico has some law where you, I know it's U.S. still.
Well,
but
from what I understand, he bought it because he thought it was going to be like a teacup pig and stay small, but it's
a big potbelly pig.
Yeah, it's a big old fat pig, and then he just was.
He said he laid with it, he was cuddling with it, and
he passed it off on that farm, and they didn't take care of it. And
yeah, it's huge.
I think people are trying to.
But they're trying
put
to
this on him when it was like he gave it to a place that he thought it would be okay, and then they kind of turned it loose and
that's what I'm saying.
And
they took it as an opportunity to make him look bad, and that's why I feel like I have to defend him because
you don't have to defend him though.
But I'm
who else, Bill, if not Poundcake?
Right.
But I'm going to because Justin Bieber did away with his monkey, and no one said anything about that.
I just wish people would do a cursory Google search. There's practically nothing that's unknowable these days, right? How big will this animal get? Because over the pandemic, animal rescues are flooded with animals that people got over the pandemic if they thought it was end of times and they were holed up in their house and needed a companion. So all these people adopted animals, and then it's all over and they go, nah, I don't want to take care of this anymore. And so these rescues are flooded with animals because people were like, nah.
But I honestly don't think it was that. He has the money.
Not in that case. I'm just saying, to me, that's kind of the same thing as people going, I didn't know this cute little animal was going to become huge. Anytime I see somebody with a really cute dog, I go, how big does that dog get? And some people go, it gets really big. And other people go, this is as big as it's getting. I go, oh, okay. It's not hard to do a little bit of research. These people who are amazed that this animal got huge.
Yeah, still, he has enough money. He had a huge mansion with a lot of property in Encino. I think he bought it from like Machine Gun Kelly or vice versa. Someone bought it from him. And he had this big property, and the pig had enough room to run around. I think it was when he moved to Puerto Rico. I don't know what law they have about imports or something like that. He could not. I don't think he could take the pig with him. I think that's what it was.
Livestock in your
customs.
country.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so
Didn't they get you for bringing coffee back or something like
But
that?
that was
Like,
Jamaica, not Puerto Rico.
I
Puerto
guess it
Rico,
is still America.
Yeah, you don't need a passport to go to Puerto Rico. That's why I'm gonna still look.
No, but they do.
research.
But they probably have a customs situation because
it's his pet though.
you're leaving the mainland and going. No, I understand.
So it's but so I don't understand. I have to look into
Again,
it.
these are things that people can easily look into
But I don't think
before they go fly off somewhere with an animal and get to an airport.
I was gonna say because if it was a dog, he wouldn't leave a dog, would he? He would. You can't.
Might.
You can't. No, you can take your cats or your pets with you. There's people that travel to Puerto Rico all the time, and
maybe it's got different rules for livestock.
Yeah, I don't know.
So that's what my podcast is on. So I'll dive more into it. But I just thought that was odd, and they played that TikTok with like the arms of the angel music, trying to make it look extra sad. I'm like, come on, man.
I mean, that's a sad animal song.
It is very sad. You got to give him that.
But what rescue agency makes a TikTok about and they didn't name him in it either. They said he was abandoned by some famous YouTuber. I'm like, y'all are so petty. Why you're not caring about the pig? You're just
Well, it would have been more petty
bad.
if they had blown him up by name.
But you didn't have to say famous YouTuber at all. You say this pig is abandoned. It was almost about to be bacon until we rescued it.
Yeah, well.
Then everyone would say, "Oh wow."
Might still be bacon if nobody adopts it.
Whatever.
Are you aching? Yup.
I texted my friend out in L.A. I'm like, are you guys, just him and his wife, I go, are you guys okay with all this rain? I don't know that it's gotten to them yet because they're south. They're in L.A. This rain that's going through, it's going to be a lot of rich people getting flooded out of their houses, which I think makes people feel less worse. Do you see the Ellen DeGeneres video?
Yes, Ellen made a video about it.
I'll play this for you if you're watching the live stream. Ellen put a video on Montecito, which is in Santa Barbara County, which is a very wealthy area. It's like her, it's Oprah. Gwyneth Paltrow, it's Oprah. I mean, last couple of years, they've had a bunch of mudslides there. Jeff Bridges, I think, was Oprah's neighbor, and his house got washed away. But a lot of very, very wealthy people live out there, and she posted a video near her house because they were either shelter in place if you couldn't evacuate, but Montecito was under mandatory evacuation. And so Ellen DeGeneres posted a photo of what is normally a dry creek bed that is in her backyard.
So, Montecito is under complete evacuation, the entire town. This is the 5-year anniversary from the fire and mudslides that killed so many people, and people lost their homes, their lives. This is crazy on the 5-year anniversary. We're having unprecedented rain. This creek next to our house.
Anyway, it's pretty wild.
Why is she standing that close? That is such white people stuff. I would never, ever be that close to a mudslide, ever.
I think she knows where.
Also, if you have that kind of money, you'd think it would sound better. Production quality is garbage.
She's just shooting on her phone like anybody else.
Rich people evacuate by helicopter. Like, I'm sure there's like helicopter hovering over her house, and she just gets on a ladder, and they pull her up, and she's
You think like the Joker at the end of Batman?
Yes,
They throw down a rope ladder, and
when you got water like that, like how do you drive around it? Like there's no roads. I'm sure it's like not safe. Prince Harry and Meghan are out there too.
Right, but you think they throw down a rope ladder?
Whatever. I just imagine they're, they get on.
Let's hear this helicopter sound effect. This is a new one.
He killed it. That is, I mean, it is, say what you want about it, it is a helicopter noise. It's not him going, helicopter's coming in.
Or is it a pa 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 pa? Ah, okay.
Hey, where's Ellen's house? Does she, you want me to pick you up down there, or?
You're saying Alan or Ellen?
Alan Cox.
Alan Cox. Yeah.
Is he around?
Nah.
Alan DeGeneres.
She moved out of here a long time ago.
Oh.
They both look alike. They both look like 50-year-old lesbians.
You.
Oh, thank you.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, there's a lot of rich people out there in Montecito.
I mean,
mandatory evacuation. Gwyneth Paltrow lives out there. She did a thing about how she used to do a lot of coke in the 90s.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah.
She's like, well, back then there were no camera phones.
Yeah, why
you
not?
could go home with a rando. You could do cocaine. Nobody was taking a picture of you. It was
Your
great.
explanation. You did coke in the 90s? Yeah, there was no cell phones.
Yes,
Why
of
would I not do any
course.
coke?
It was.
I wasn't going to get in trouble.
It was a beautiful time before everyone was filming every goddamn thing that crosses their face.
Who was it that
It was
just got...
so fun.
Someone just got busted because they...
Dana White.
No, well, he was slapping people, but like there was somebody that they had lines on their coffee table or something. I can't remember who it was. I think it was a girl.
Don't know.
Like in an Instagram video and
Yeah.
like it's just in the background.
Yeah, it was like just like they like panned over and then you see like lines and you're like, oh. And they're like, oh no, it wasn't what you think it was. I'm
There's
like,
a
yeah, it
pixie
was.
sticks.
Yeah, it
Vitamin
was.
C. I like to chop my vitamin C up.
What's wrong? Just own up to it. I would be like, you're cool.
At least Cameron Diaz owned it. She was like, she didn't say coke. She said, I used to buy pot off of Snoop Dogg. But still, she owned that she was a little stoner back then.
Yeah, pot's different though.
There's an interesting development that I see in journalism recently where they refer to people who I think have clearly killed themselves as suddenly dying. And I wonder if that's deference to the family or because the headlines, especially in the wake of COVID, where whatever you think about what that is or what it did to people's bodies, it obviously has lingering effects. And you have people who maybe had undiagnosed things, particularly with the heart. You look what just happened to DeMar. What's the football player?
Damar Hamlin.
Damar Hamlin. But that was extenuating circumstance. Obviously, he got hit at the exact wrong time at the caused thing with his heart. But again, expanding it out to people who have died young, high-profile people who die young. This person died, and they'll go, they had an undiagnosed heart thing. But you see more and more of these articles where they refer to someone as suddenly dying. And it seems pretty clear that they killed themselves because the quote is, I was reading about this guy, this reporter of the New York Times who just started there a couple of years ago. It was a big deal. This guy named Blake Honchel. Big deal. And the quote is, he died after a long and courageous battle with depression. Which I infer means he committed suicide. And you see that more and more and more where the headline is, suddenly dies.
Well, it is pretty, depending on how you do it, it's not sudden. Sleeping pills take a few hours.
Well, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah.
Trying to make light of your suicide talk here.
Yeah, I don't know. That's wild.
The thing is, there's a morbid curiosity when everyone hears that someone dies. Okay, let me go back. I won't say everyone.
Mm-hmm.
When I hear that someone dies, I immediately think how. That's my first question.
Yes.
And when it is something a little touchier or maybe the family doesn't want to share, they usually don't release any details. So I think you're on the right path with them kind of giving you like a nudge.
Yeah. I was also reading that I didn't realize that Jeff Bezos' ex-wife had already remarried and is getting re-divorced. Mackenzie Scott.
That was quick.
This is a woman
her.
who...
She's the problem.
Well, I guess I was thinking that they just got divorced, but they've been divorced now for like 3-4 years, whatever. But, and she gave like $10 million to the Cleveland Food Bank or something. You know, she
was giving away all
It's
that
a
money.
food bank. She's so dumb. Giving them money when they need food. Pay attention.
Guys, I'd like to donate some mini muffins. Could I do that here?
Yeah,
Could I withdraw some, make a withdrawal of some...
you guys have an ATM here.
Snacks. She got $37 billion from Jeff Bezos. And she said...
ATM is a vending machine, real quick. But go ahead.
She said, I'm going to give half that to charity. And so she's been writing tons of checks. But she got married to a high school teacher. And they're already getting divorced. A little over a year. So you got to think when
Wasn't
this
that
guy...
teacher from Medina?
No.
Extenuating circumstances.
No.
Yeah.
What do they say? Irreconcilable differences?
Not even that, but I'm like, I wonder, this guy must have thought he hit the goddamn lottery when he starts dating and then subsequently marries Mackenzie Scott, who was Bezos's wife. They were married for like 30 years or something, 20 years. And, you know, who knows? He probably found her on Raya or I don't know what. And they started dating.
How is he on Raya, though?
I don't know what he does. He's a high school teacher.
Yeah, but if you're a high school teacher, you're not getting on Raya.
I don't know that. And then you go, oh, this is going to be great. She's awesome. I don't care that she has giant teeth. She's a billionaire many times over. And then at some point, you go, this ain't working out. Married for about a year and a half. Because are you going to get something from her? Are you
No, she made him sign the biggest prenup.
Right, but I would think that if you're going to marry somebody, you go, of course, I'll sign this prenup, but there might be something in it for me.
Maybe she'll write him a check.
And he's a goofy, she has a type, bald dudes. But
supposedly bald dudes are really good in bed.
Yeah, bald guys say that.
Well, they say they lose their hair because of all the testosterone.
Yeah, bald guys say that.
I've never been with a bald dude. I don't know, but
I've been with one, and he has pretty good.
Well, again,
you're not counting yourself.
I don't think one has anything to do with the other.
Ouch! Ouch! Not bald anymore.
No, he's got hair. Look at him.
I know.
Look at him there.
Leave my toupee alone.
He's all fluffy. Young man. He's chasing his. Who is it? You guys into Sheng Wang at all? Paying attention to him?
No.
He's funny. He's talking about.
I heard he's funny.
We're talking about balding. It's not balding. It's that you get more facial real estate. That you really be able to maximize your emotions with people. And yeah, so whatever property these two people have, they signed their contract or whatever. Bezos had already moved on because the reason they got divorced is because he was fooling around with somebody. But you got to think that, man, this guy moves on, and he's like, I guess I'll go back to teaching high school now that I've got $20 million. Because if she has $37 billion, and I don't know how much she's given away, but she could never give away all her money. So you got to think the guy's like, I'm going to walk away with something. More money than I would ever make as a high school teacher. He's a chemistry teacher at her kid's private school.
Oh, that's how she met him then.
That's how not deep she was going into the dating pool. She's like, it's just a guy at my kid's school. And we hit it off.
But now her kid's in college, so she's like, I got to move up. I want a professor.
He had to pretend like he wasn't impressed with all of her largesse. He had to just treat her like a regular person. That's what she fell in love with. I assume, he just treated me like a regular person. He didn't treat me as the ex-wife of one of the richest men on the planet. He just treated me like a regular gal. Must have been all the testosterone in his body.
Do you think they were using Amazon, though? Or do you think that's a no-no?
That's a no-no. There's a comic who had
You
that
kind of
joke.
can't get around it.
I mean, a lot of people did, but they were like, what's her first name?
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie. Can you imagine being Mackenzie and, you got all the billions of dollars and no Amazon Prime? It's like, he obviously took that away from her, right? Like,
he took the Amazon. No,
listen,
he doesn't care who's paying for Amazon Prime.
You can't, or she doesn't want to use it out of principle.
Maybe not. I mean, he was having an affair. That's why he's got no reason to be mad at her.
Right.
Other than kicking out almost $40 billion to her. Next chance for you to grab some money, by the way, it's $1,000, a mere fraction of Mackenzie Scott's income, but whatever. It's good for us. It's a grand 6:30 is going to be the next keyword. Cavaliers will play tonight. That's a 9 o'clock tip-off in Salt Lake City against the Jazz. And we'll take a break, come back, wrap everything up.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app.